It is Monday. Hello. Alright. Class is in session. I hope you completed your homework assignments to play 40 hours of Genshin Impact. You've had 48 hours to do it in. You will fail the course if you did not complete your homework assignment. I expect screenshots of Nilu. Alright. Where are we at? I made a lot of progress yesterday. A lot of it was off stream. No, it's definitely the kids screaming. Me and my mum were debating whether... So basically, they just had a... Well, not just had a baby, but they had a baby recently next door. And it screams a lot. Like, I've never heard a baby or a kid scream that much. Like, at the top of its lungs. But it's also windy right now. So my mum said it was the wind. And I said I thought it was the kids screaming. It's just started again now. It's definitely the kid. Definitely not the wind. Yeah, because it's not even windy anymore. The wind's died down. The kid's back at it again. I feel sorry for the dude. Now, I should really feel sorry for both of them. Why only the dude? I don't know. I feel like... I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Like, because the kid doesn't come out of the dude, so I feel bad for the dude. Because it's like if the kid came out of the dude, then I'd be like, well, you know, it came out of you. You can't really complain that much. I think it's that. That sounds incredibly sexist, but it's not. It's just the fact that it's like, you know, the toothpaste came out of the tube. So if the tube's mad at the toothpaste, well, it's your toothpaste, mate. Of course, it's his as well. But you know, you get what I'm saying. I don't know. It's not a sexist thing, it's just a... I'm gonna shut up before I get cancelled on Twitter. I don't know, I'm just thinking like... Yeah, obviously it's the dudes as well. I think also because I think she's on maternity still. That's the real reason I feel sorry for the dude, because he's got to get up and go to work the next day. And it screams all night. I can't imagine having to get up and go to work after that. That's the real reason. I remember now. It's nothing to do with... me being a chauvinist or anything. That's just a side effect. Right, okay, no, I'm joking. So where we at? Let me play for you where we're at. Let me play for you where we're at. I wanna play for you. Okay, I changed the auto target system. Let me just go into full screen. So you see this little circle on the floor. Isn't it nice? This is the new auto target system. I deleted the old one. What's nice about it... Hang on, I need to just get rid of this little shit first. Let me just lead him over here. In this far corner. Oh, he's too far away. I need to coax him over here. Come on! There we go. Come over this way. So that I can demonstrate my auto-target system. I just want to make sure I can get enough distance from him so he stops following me. There we go. Alright. So the new auto-target system, basically the way it works is the circle represents the range of the auto-target system. So if something is within this circle's range, it will be included in a list of potential targets. And the one that the auto target will aim towards is the one that the character is facing towards. So if we want to move on to this blue one now, we just need to face it. There you go. And if we now it's moved over there, right? So now we just face it. And it's so much easier. Not only that, but I added manual target switching. So if we want to move, there you go, pressed R1. I don't even have to face it. If I just want, I can press R1. R1 interrupts the auto target system, so now it won't move at all, no matter how much I turn around, until I press R1 again. And in order to reset the auto target state, I just need to go out of range of all targets. So once I go out of range of all targets, actually I don't think, oh yeah, that's something that's not happening. That shouldn't be happening. Let me check something real quick. That I should be way out of range there. This happened to me before. That shouldn't be happening. Yeah, my targets list is empty right now. Okay, I can see the problem then. So my targets list is emptying out, but what I've forgotten to do is reset current target. So we shouldn't have a current target if the targets list is empty, so we can put a new conditional check in there. Yeah, she shouldn't be able to hit that from that range. It's fun when it happens though. I knew there was a bug there somewhere, I just couldn't figure out what it was. I always have this little thing of hair, don't I? It's really weird. It reminds me of those anime characters, you know, like those girls. Those girls, those anime girls. And they often just have like one frickin' clump of hair that sticks up or whatever. I think it's supposed to make them look cute or something. But I actually have that in real life and it just makes me look like an idiot. Do I look cute? Do I look kawaii? Do I look anime and kawaii? No, shut up. Okay, I'm so sorry I did that. That is so cringe, right? I can't believe I just did that. Alright, I was trying to be funny, but I just ended up cringing. I almost cringed in my own pants. Oh my god, what am I... No, don't ever say that again. That sounds so bad. I just meant... I was trying to make it sound like I shit my pants because I cringed so hard that I shit my pants. So I thought I'll say I cringed in my pants, but that sounds so bad. That's not... I'm gonna stop talking. Right, let's fix this bug. All right, how about that? How about we stop talking and we start fixing bugs? How about that? Huh? That's a better idea, isn't it? All right. So the condition that we're in right now is that there are no available targets. Where's our available targets? There you go. Targets. Yet the current target is still set. Yeah, so this is where we need... Wait, we already saved targets.count. Oh, but this is if auto mode. Ah, so it's manual mode that's doing it in. Yeah, to be fair, this... Okay, so these two things here don't need to be happening just inside of auto mode. These things should be happening in a vacuum. So let me just stop this runtime for now. Like Unity stopped the runtime fee. We'll stop the runtime. We'll see if that fixes it. Yeah, so you'll see in my scene here the way this works. So the way this works is, if we zoom out, Plucelia has she has two cylinders here, okay? The first cylinder is this one. And I made this in Blender, by the way. The reason I made it in Blender is because the normal Unity cylinder is made up of, I don't know, about 8 fucking faces or something, and once you get this big it looks blocky as frick. So I went into Blender and I made a cylinder with like 64 or 128 faces, I can't remember what it was, so it looks lovely and nice and smooth. I had a right faff on getting it to point the right way. Eventually we got it to point the right way. Then we made a bigger version of the cylinder that's like taller, and we convex trigger a mesh collider on here. That's these two buttons here. And what that does is it makes a nice big collider all the way around Placelia. And then we write a script, which is the script that I'm working on now. And it has two important Unity event triggers on it. One is called onTriggerEnter and one is called onTriggerExit. And basically anything that has a collider and a rigid body that enters this area gets added to a list of potential targets. That is if its name starts with target, as you can see. And so from that we can start to do calculations about, okay, what is the angle of that the player is facing towards, because from that we figure out which one is the player facing, and we select the closest target. When in auto aim mode, we select the closest target based on the minimum difference in angle between, like, face on, right? Because it can't be the same angle because you would both be looking the same way. Well, basically it's the angle and a position. So we have a position and we have an angle of the player, and as soon as we're looking towards a target, we can calculate how much the player is facing a particular object. Basically, whichever one the player is facing most towards is the one that we automatically pick. And that's why in runtime it works really, really well. Is you can be stood doing that puzzle, for example, amongst them all. Let me just get this little prick over it. Let me just move him anyway. He's so annoying. Also, we're getting errors now. That caused an error. Okay, because we haven't done... That's because by default, target index would equal 0. So we can't just say that. Well, we know that's working in auto mode. There, that should be the line that fixes it. So what we're basically doing is saying, look, if there aren't any available targets, meaning we're not in range of any. Oh yeah, let me move him because he's fucking starting to piss me off, to be honest. Evil Bunny. I mean, it's good, right? Because he's doing what he's supposed to do at the end of the day, but it's just, while I'm trying to demonstrate this auto target thing, he's just being fucking annoying. Just put him over there. Right. Okay. Yeah, so we can turn and face without even moving the camera, without moving our spot. It doesn't matter how close or far away we are. And what I like about this is we can do different ranges, right? So like the 5-star characters, for example. So it's really easy to switch targets. I haven't had to use manual target once, but if I want to, I can. I just press R1 and it'll cycle through the targets. But the targets have to be in that circle. So the reason it's not including that red one behind me, and it's only cycling between these two. Look at the little octopus guy as well. Looks at the thing that you're targeting. Is because it wasn't in this circle. Now if I do it, it'll go through all three. And it cycles through all three. In order to reset that mechanism, I need to just basically turn away from them, because now we have 0 targets. And then once we get our first target, it goes back to auto aim mode, so we can just face it. So basically, pressing target switch once cancels the auto aim process. So now I can rotate as much as I want, and it'll stay locked onto that target. And same again. But if I want it to do auto target again, I just walk away from them all. There you go. And as we rotate, it auto targets. I think that's perfect. I really love. I think I perfected the auto target system. I think it's great. I think it's actually great. Not only that, but as we get to an enemy, we have, as you can see, what is he? Ice, so we need fire. There we go. We have enemy UI now, as you can see. So we can burn him with our dragon. And he would be dead now. We just haven't programmed a death state for him just yet. Wait, what the... Wait, what is that targeting? There's nothing there, right? Yeah. What is that? That's so weird. I wonder what it's whatever it's targeting, we're falling towards it. Yeah, I don't know what that's targeting. That would be interesting to check, actually. What is it targeting? Where the frick is my canvas? There it is. Auto target. That's not normal, that though, is it? Like, it's that kid seriously just screams all day and all night. That's all it does, is scream and cry. Like, that's not normal, that. But it's not like it's in pain or anything, or it wants something. It's like it's having a tantrum or something, but it's like a fucking newborn. It's like it's angry or something. You know, like real, like that kind of thing. All day, all night. That's not normal, no. I was just wondering what was in the auto target system. So interestingly, it says it's got the evil bunny's target. Even though yeah, really weird. Like it thinks we're in range of the bad bunny, so there's clearly a bug here. Like we've been falling through the map for about fucking 10 minutes. Okay, there's something wrong with that. Let's have a look. See if we can figure out what the hell is going on. Right, it's lost target now because we faced away from it, but the target UI is still shown. I suppose I didn't really put a... That might be quite cool though. What might be a good idea is make it so that we only clear that UI when the enemy's dead. Because this is quite cool right now. Like, he's stalking me. Can we get him to fall off the map with us? We should be able to get him to fall off the map with us, actually. That would be quite funny. Hello, Mr. Buddy. Oh, he doesn't have gravity! Ah! He survived. He still stood there properly. He still stood there. That's so funny. I unalived myself as the kids and left. Oh no, Mr. Bunny's just floating in the air, but because he doesn't have gravity. And we fell out of range, I guess. Yeah, he would follow. He only follows us when we're in a certain range. So he would have followed us down there, but we fell faster. We fell so fast that we just went out of his range, basically. So he was like, ah, fuck that, I'm staying here. So he's just kind of stood there. Alright, that's not what I was supposed to do. But yeah, this is why testing's great, right? Because in testing that there, so at first, my first impression was, okay, when we lose target of the bunny, we should be clearing his health bar from the screen, because this health bar is... This is my original plan. My original plan is that health bar is supposed to represent the current target if the current target is an enemy. However, accidentally now, by not clearing it, I get to experience what it's like if an enemy's stalking me and the enemy is still alive. So in other words, if we decide to clear that health bar on two conditions, condition 1, the enemy dies. Condition 2, we switch targets to a different enemy, because we have to then display that enemy's health bar. I think this is quite nice. I think this is better than just clearing it as soon as we turn away, because like he might be half dead, for example. Well, we can make him half dead now. Wait, why isn't he... Well, we took some health off him. What's supposed to kill water, isn't it? Ice. Okay, we've got a bug with one of the elements. There you go. So he might be half dead, and then I might decide to like, oh no, maybe I'm half dead as well, and I decide to like, get away from me. I think it's kind of cool how the enemy's health bar stays on the screen as we're sort of being chased by the enemy. Okay, something made it disappear. Oh, I know what made it disappear. Is because we obtained a new target, which was one of these round here. I must have accidentally locked onto him. Oh, that's even better. Now, oh my god, now the manual target system almost acts like a target lock. I guess it does. It manually changes targets and then locks onto it, which is actually really cool now, because look, we can't accidentally pick these targets up. It just ignores them because we already locked onto him. So it's also working as like a target lock. That's really cool, actually. So we basically locked our target onto the enemy now, and we can reset it just by going out of range. Yeah, but this is our bug right now. Our bug right now is he never seems to go out of range. He's clearly meant to be out of range right now. So we are Millie. So let's take a look at Millie's target system. Yep, so Millie correctly identifies that she should have no targets. And what's interesting is Millie's current target is set to null, and yet Millie's elemental blast Hola Tommy, hello. Okay, so quite a few things are happening right now. So she's sending elemental damage to our enemy right across the map. This isn't supposed to happen. And as you can see, it's actually hitting the enemy. It's because we don't have a collision on walls or anything right now. So it's literally going all the way through the wall and it's hitting him. And he's registering every single hit of that. Which is why we've got this debug.log. Yeah, so this definitely shouldn't be happening. I'm not sure why it is, to be honest. Oh, I think I do know why. Yeah? Alright, see you in a bit. Okay, I do know why it's happening. I remember now. So in my desperation last night to get things working, I hard-coded Placelia as the target driver. Because I had both systems running at first. I wasn't sure which one was going to win. So I wanted the old system still intact and then the new system as well. So what I did is I temporarily hard-coded Placelia as the target driver, which does not want to be the case. Here it is, find nearest target. So find nearest target is using Placelia as its target driver. It should be the current active character, but I was just testing it and I forgot to change it. So yeah, so this needs changing. So at the moment what we're doing is we're looking at Placelia, target base, targeter, get component, auto target. So essentially this Placelia can be replaced with the current character. So what we want is a game object, active character, an active character. We're on the character switch already. It should equal party members at position active character dot game object. Is it active character? That doesn't like that. It is active character. Oh yeah, because it should be character. Okay, that's why. Wait, it still doesn't like it. Oh, because I tried to call it active character. Okay, we'll call it active character then. Because we already have character. It's because we already. It's because we already have active car, which is what I was trying to call this variable, and that happens to be the index integer driver, which is right here. So it's saying you can't use an integer as a game object, basically. So we're just going to call it active character, and we can use active car as the reference. So this now gives us the model of the current active character. So then we can replace this part with active character dot transform dot find. Okay, this is why it was breaking. Because it was still looking at Placelia's targeting system, basically, and Placelia was AFK. We weren't using Placelia at that point. So let's try it now. So we might actually get the expected behavior now. We got a null reference. What is that? Oh no, is it that I just put in? It is. I accidentally deleted the T from target base. God damn it! Alright, everything looking good. Beautiful. Where am I? God, I even in my own game, my sense of direction is so terrible. Okay. So we get our target, we get our enemy, we get our health, blah, 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 blah. Let's just swap to a different character. We can actually heal him with fire. So we're healing him back up now, because he's currently fire. Yeah, I like this. I think I'm going to keep this. So basically we only get rid of the enemy health when either the enemy dies, or we switch enemies, or we obtain a new target, right? So obtaining a new target would be this. There you go. So it clears out. But check it out. This is what I thought was quite cool, right? Again, it's actually kind of a happy accident because I never intended for this. I mean, yes, of course, I'm so smart. I knew this would happen. But check it out. What it also means is manual target switch kind of acts like a target lock now as well, right? So if I'm here and I want... Good morning, Alexandria. If I want to target the bunny now, and let's say it's not, let's say it's targeting that. So I manually switch onto the bunny. Check it out. Now it's locked. Now we've target locked that bunny, and these targets are completely ignored. And we can lead him all the way around. Actually, no, it lost. Okay, it lost. Yeah, no, the reason it lost focus is because he walked out of our target area. So this circle on the floor is our range for targeting. So because that resets it. So as soon as we lose focus of any targets, auto target turns itself back on again. And if you want to override it, you just press manual target. But yeah, it does essentially work like a target lock now. So if I'm here and I've got a few targets in range, there we go, I locked onto him. Even if I turn and spin my character around, it just ignores the other targets now because we already locked onto him. I think that's really, really cool. That's kind of a happy accident as well, to be honest. Okay, that would have killed him, so that should be fine. Yeah, I think that's great then. So I think I'll keep it like that. We seem to have fixed those bugs. So now we just need like a death for him. What I also did is this shield here. This is going to be a dynamic shield. So the way it works is this light on him tells us what element he's going to attack us with. It also tells us what element he's weak to, right? So right now he just changed to water. So if I want to heal him, I can actually just send him some water. Yeah, that's not working. Why is that not working? Oh, that octopus came flying in. That should actually work. Huh. Yeah, we should be healing him right now. Evil bunny target. Huh. What about fire? Does fire work? Yeah, fire's healing him. Okay, so when he's fire, fire is healing him. There seems to be something wrong with when he's water. Water's not healing him. So if we want to damage him now, we use water. Because water beats fire. And we can use our little octopus to do it quicker. There we go. Okay, but water seems to not be healing him, which is weird. So he's ice now. So we can heal him with ice. Yeah, ice is healing correctly. And then if we want to melt the ice, we use fire. We can kill him with fire. Kill it with fire. Yeah, so the only one that's broken is water. Yeah, there he is. He just changed to water now. Okay, so water is not healing, but it is putting out fire. Interesting. That's probably the enemy logic, I think. Was it the enemy logic? Where did I put enemy damage? Oh no, I put it on enemy target system. Yeah, I remember. Here it is. Okay, so if element is 0, enemy element is 0, he's currently fire. The one it's broken is on is this one. If enemy element is 3, water, then enemy health is enemy health plus. So we add any water energy that he receives, we add it to his health. That's correct. And his health, we subtract the ice elemental damage from his health because he's weak to ice when he's water. So the logic there is correct. So the only thing that could be going wrong is it could be that he's not receiving the correct element from the player, maybe. My Kasana destroyed hard mode co-op, even stronger now. Yeah, I don't think I'm like 50 poles away. There's no way I'm gonna be able to get her. Right, because we reset these now. Well, there's two ways we could do it actually. If we mute these out for now, I just want to make sure he is receiving the correct element, because something's wrong with him. Something is not working as expected. Let's go this way, it'll be quicker. Okay, is he receiving water? Yeah, he's receiving water. Okay, that's really weird. If enemy element equals 3, maybe his enemy element is not being correctly. Right, let's report back and say what enemy element he is, because that would be another reason why it's not working. Enemy element. Right, let's see what that comes back with. So you were dominating. Well, you were dominating in that game anyway, weren't you? So I'm not surprised. Not as much as I was, I suppose. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, I know why that killed him so quickly. It's because we're not clearing out the values anymore, so it's what's the word? His enemy element is 1. So he was broken when his enemy element becomes 2. So when his chest goes blue, that should say enemy element 2. If he ever decides to change. Oh my god, finally. Yeah, enemy element is 2. Okay, I really don't understand why that's not healing him. What? So enemy element... Oh wait, enemy element is 2. Yeah, I put 0, 1 and 3. No wonder it wasn't working. It's 0, 1, and 2. Wait, so that means also that ice wasn't killing water then? And I've not noticed that before. Okay. Okay, now we know why it wasn't working. I don't need to say enemy element, I can just say elements. Alright, so it should work now. I have 7 5-stars with signature guns now. 7 5-star weapons, that's a lot. Oh god, my head's hurting. Why is my head hurting? My head's always freaking hurting. Okay, so we can put his fire out. And he takes damage. We can heal him. That's not fire. Wait, that should be fire. Yeah, what's going on with Millie? Oh. Okay, that's weird. There's something weird going on with character switch buttons. I noticed that before. So when I press switch character 3, sometimes Wendy shows up. That's not supposed to happen. Okay, we've got another bug there that I need to look at. Okay, we can heal him with fire. Wait, he's ice now. So, yeah, fire melts ice. No, I'm not asking. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Okay, what the fuck is going on? Switch character 1, switch character 2, switch character 3. Switch character 1, switch character 2, switch character 3. Let me check the input mapping. Switch character 1, D-pad up. Switch character 2, D-pad right. D-pad down. D-pad left. Okay, that's all correct. So why is it being weird? If input 1, press this frame, switch character to 1. If input character 2 was pressed, switch character to 2. Input character 3 was pressed, switch character to 3. We just stopped it at 3 for now because we don't have a 4th character we want to test. I don't even really know if I'm going to allow for 4 characters. I might just keep it at 3. Switch character, int character number. Active character equals character number minus 1. Int index equals 1 for each party member in party members. Mem character game object set active to false. So we turn all the existing characters off. Using transform name, character switch UI, transform find character icons, trans name, get component raw image, character icon to texture equals mem character icon off. Transform name B is character icon plus character number. Raw image character icon B is transform find character icons. Transform name B, get component raw image, and texture equals party members at character number minus 1 dot character icon on. Party members are active character dot game object dot set active to true. I mean, the logic is fine. The only thing that could be breaking it is if for whatever reason this is getting called incorrectly. So let's do a debug.log and say when this is triggered and which character number was requested. So we can see if this function is being called more than it should be. Because I can't see an issue where what could be causing that from the logic alone. Lots of working, iron brain strain. Yeah, I get migraines. I've had migraines since I was 8. This man is locked in. You gotta be. I mean, there's so much to do. There's so much involved in game development. Okay, so if I swap to Wendy, I should... Okay, let me mute this because it's flooding my console right now. It's making it hard to see what I'm looking for. I did actually program my own debug. You know, it's fucking hilarious. Well, no, to be fair, I don't have access to my core services here. So, like, I shot myself in the foot twice because I spent ages making this debug system, which was supposed to make it easier for me to, like, stack trace and find bugs and debug things, which it does. But it sits on this core system. And I'm choosing to develop without the core system and without the debug console thing, which is kind of ridiculous. Oh, now that I'm watching you, you work perfectly. Wait, they just did it weird there. Yeah, okay, I pressed down again. Okay, the only thing I can think... I think it's something to do with the way the D-pad... Okay, I think I know what it is. I think the D-pad might actually be a... That would be ridiculous. It's literally called the D-pad, but it's acting like an analog function. And I think it's getting too much... I think it's receiving too much data from right, and it's mishearing it as right. Now, if that's the case, there are tools in here. But no, I don't think it is an analog. Yeah, so this is what happens if it's an analog input, right? You get dead zone settings that you can put into override. Now we're not getting that on the D-pad because, well, as the name suggests, it's supposed to be a digital input. But if you look closely at a PlayStation controller, like the whole D-pad is on some kind of rocker. Like, it's all one piece of plastic, right? So as I push the right button up, the left... As I push the right button... The up... Jesus Christ. As I push the up button down, the bottom button lifts up slightly because it's all one solid piece of plastic. So I think what's happening there in my test, and this is probably just the way I clumsily use these gamepads, is as you can see, when I press on the down D-pad, this one moves down with it a little bit. So I think what can happen is you can accidentally register a press in the wrong direction. Like if you're on the corner or whatever and it rocks it too far the other way. That would explain why all games, because I've always wondered, like, why can't anybody get fucking UIs right? Why do UIs always glitch? Well, there you go. I think I just found the answer. I don't think it is the UIs. I think the fucking PlayStation controller is just badly designed. And I think sometimes it sends the wrong input because of the way it's designed, because it's on a rocker, and sometimes you rock it too much the wrong way, right, by the way you press it. So that's really bad design on the PlayStation controller's part. But yeah, I think that's what's happening. Buying Marion and her gun was schizo idea. Now I am broke. Yeah, I haven't I've only done my free polls, and then all my gems went on Sirius's banner, but at 0.1% there's no chance of getting it really. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, let me ask Jibbity about this. Let's do some investigation first of all. Okay. Dear Jibbity, my Unity game is often switching the wrong character, which is determined by dual sense D-pad. I suspect that due to its design being one solid piece of plastic on a rocker, that it is often sending the wrong input direction due to the way it wobbles, I guess. E.g., D-pad right often is sent when pressing down. I would assume due to its name and lack of dead zone options in Input Manager that this input is digital. Can you help me debug this problem and come up with a solution? First, I will need a script which captures raw input data from D-pad so we can analyze the results. Alright. To capture and analyze input data from the DualSense D-pad, we can create a Unity script that logs the input. Imagine if it says at the end of this response, P.S. don't call me Jibbity. This way we can observe any unintended inputs when pressing specific directions. Yeah, because we might be able to filter out, even if it's digital, what might happen when it's incorrect, right? This sounds weird, right? But you can do stuff like this. So say, for example, here's what I expect the results to be. I expect when it's working, we receive one input up, one input right, one input down. When it glitches and sends the wrong input, I expect it will be something like it receives down and then immediately afterwards it receives right. Like it receives two inputs at once and the one we don't want overrides the one that we do want. If that's the case, which I'm really hoping that it is, then what we can do is we can say, look, this might be why they do it. I've always said, haven't I, why do they put cooldowns on these fucking inputs? Because it drives me crazy. Well, putting a cooldown on the inputs is how you would circumvent something like this, right? So you could say, okay, if you receive two fucking inputs within, like, I don't know, less than 1/10 of a second, then we know which input we want. Let's say it's probably either going to be the first one or the second one. And so we just mute the other one, right? And then we give it a little bit of a cooldown before we accept the next one. Actually, I think the reason they do that in most games that I play is because they're mobile supported, and I think it's for the touch screen. I think if they don't put some kind of cooldown on the input recognition for mouse, so whenever you're clicking these gacha games, right, you can't just click 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 click. You normally find that you click, and if you try and click too quickly straight after, it's like not listening, not listening, not listening, and then eventually it'll be like, okay, now I can listen. I think that is to stop like touch screens going fucking insane, because I think touch screens are maybe a bit too sensitive. And if you think about it, it is kind of hard to, like, the very notion of like pressing a screen, like a mouse click is a digital signal, right? We can just click on and click off. But a finger and a surface that's reading it, reading like a touch from like my face is, like, how do you press that within one frame? You can't, right? It's a big fat stupid sweaty finger, so you can't really poke my face quickly enough to register as a single mouse click. You see what I'm saying? I think I'm demonstrating it correctly with my face. So that is what I think that is. So I'm glad I explained that with visual aids, so that that makes it a good presentation. I also poked myself in the eye, but we'll forget about that. Yeah. So what it's given me is a script. Gaslighted. Yes, this would be a gaslight script actually. I'm betrayed by Jibbity again, and hail the chaos gods. Yeah, Jibbity hasn't been too bad. Jibbity has been quite helpful on this project, I will admit. It is definitely getting better. But also sometimes, like, sometimes it just makes things worse. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm glad to have it though. It is a nice tool. It's basically, the way I see it is, it's almost like a better Google, especially how shit Google is now. Google is so shit. Like, if you want to find some fucking diamond earrings that are a sponsored link, then Google's your fucking boy. But if you want any actual real information that's in date and fucking useful and practical, God fucking help you with Google these days. So I feel like AI is just a better way of getting information, because it really has like gobbled every single piece of information up. But that also has its downsides, because like sometimes it's like, okay, well, some of that's out of date and some of it's irrelevant, and also you're not up to date as of like yesterday. So it has its ups and downs. But it can also give you like example code, which often works but often doesn't. Google is a time capsule of the past. Yeah, I really think Google have fucked themselves just by getting so greedy, so ad focused. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't stand the test of time, to be completely honest. I really do think these large language models are going to replace search engines completely. But I also think they're being overhyped and overpromised. I think a lot of it is snake oil. Like, the idea that it's going to replace all the jobs and it's going to be able to like solve world crises for us and all this stuff. Like, it literally cannot think. It will never think. It will never logic. All it does is identify patterns, which can be helpful, but it can never know something that it hasn't already read. All it can really do is regurgitate shit back at you that other people have wrought. That's all it can really do. It's just a really smart auto predicting system. So the idea that it can really help us in any significant way, like, with society or whatever, and like scientific problems, is preposterous. But yeah, I can see how even in like medical fields, like if you give it like, I don't know, 600,000 cancer patient fucking scans or whatever, it would probably find patterns quicker than we ever could, and maybe teach us something about that disease as a result. But it still doesn't know anything. Do you know what I mean? It's still just recognizing patterns at the end of the day. So in some ways I think it's being oversold and overhyped, but then in other ways I think that's the tool that it is, which is really good at pattern recognition. I think that can be kind of invaluable if you use the right way. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. All right, let's see what the script does. D-pad input debugger. Whoa! Anything that ends in bugger. Whoa! Careful. Yeah, you got to be careful what you attach that to. We'll put it right on Placelia's ass. How about that? That sounds like a plan. What could possibly go wrong? We'll stick the bugger script on Placelia. Well, she's active, isn't she? So makes sense. So what do we need to call this? Shit, I copied it in my clipboard. Input debugger. Alright. I'll put this in tools then, because it's kind of a tool, isn't it? Where are my scripts? Tools, there we go. D-pad debugger. Compile, my lovely, compile like the wind. Oh. Ah! That tea's so cold. Ah! How can a beautiful drink... this is the thing about tea and coffee, right? I think they are like... They're magical drinks. They're so nice. They're so great. A good cup of tea and a good cup of coffee. You can't beat it. And when it's hot, it's just so nice. But as soon as those drinks go cold... Ah! Ah! And it's just bizarre. It's the same fucking composition. It's the same drink. It's the same liquids and chemicals and whatever the fuck, right? So, like, why is it that when it's hot, it's gorgeous, and when it's cold, it's fucking gross? You wouldn't think it could be that much of a... You know what I mean? Temperature could make that much of a difference, but it really does. It would be like drinking cold soup or something. But isn't that... I think that's interesting as well, like how certain foods and certain drinks really do... Right, it really can be a very different experience whether they're hot or cold or not. Alright, where is this script going? It's going on Millie, not Millie Placelia. Input, no, D-pad we call it, didn't we? D-pad debugger. Yes, kindly debugger my ass. And then we can make that a lot smoother. Alright, should we do it? We gave it a much shorter name than that. Our convoluted Jippity there likes to think of himself as a bit of a Billy Shakespeare, you know, bit of a Billy Boy Shakespeare, and he's just not. He's more like a word vomit ass monkey. All right, input not set up. Okay, I gotta set up my inputs apparently. Input.get button D-pad up. I could have wrote this script myself. Okay, I don't think it realizes that we're using the new input system. So I'm now gonna have to... It really did gaslight me. You were right. How did you know? How could you have known that? Yes, we were gaslit. I literally typed this whole thing out myself. Right, so we want an input action asset, which I always like to call input ass, because you always need a good ass if you're doing a debuggering script. So we'll use an input ass. And then in awake, we need to find those inputs and register them in memory, otherwise it doesn't work. So these are input actions. So we will have input up, and then yes, down. Oh, you were doing a good job of predicting what I was writing there, and then you gave up at down. Couldn't you have guessed left and right? Apparently not. No, it gave up. It gave up. It's saying do it yourself. Tired of being your punching bag. Tired of being your wordsmith, your typewriter of doom. It's only the 9th time. It's only the 9th time this hour. Yesterday I heard AI say users are upset over grandma pizza underwear. What? Do I want to know? Do I want to search that? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. Okay, input up, input down, input left, input right. So, this is where things get a little bit tricky for us, because input up equals input ass. So we reach into our ass and we find up there on the top shelf should be character switch 1, we called that one. Character switch 1. I thought you put something else up, whatever you didn't. Input, so that was input up. Okay, and then, so let's see, the way I did it is I went like a clock, right? So I started at 12 o'clock, which is up. Then I went to 3 o'clock, which is right. So 3 o'clock, right, is switch 2. So we'll do right next. Right. Reach into our giant input ass. And pull out character switch 2. It should be right there on the middle shelf. So then down would be next. Down. Input down. Reach into our big hairy input ass. Find action, character switch 3, and input left is our big input ass. Find action, character switch 4. And in our logic, instead of saying I can either do is pressed or was pressed this frame. Well, given that we use the was pressed function, I think we should use the was pressed this frame, because that's the function we use for the interface. So I think that makes sense. Alright, so I'm going to change and make sure they reflect each input. So we've got input right. It did down next. It did left there. And it's done right there. Alright, let's see what it comes back with. We forgot to. No, I was testing to see if Unity. Good job, Unity. You noticed. Yes, I was testing you. I was testing you. I want to make sure you didn't forget about the input map. I would never forget about the input map. But good job, Unity. You noticed. Wait, what is this? Null reference? What do you mean, null reference? Oh, because I made a typo, that's why. I put carc switch 3. That's still not happy. To be honest, this is not the way I would have wrote the script. I should have just wrote the fucking script myself, honestly. It would have been quicker. Yeah, I don't know why we're repeating everything 42 times when we can just say if input, what did it start with? Up. If input up was pressed this frame, then report back. Same for down, left, right. Down, left, right. If input I don't think it's saying, you know, this thing is also dumb. It thinks that input left and input right might register at the same time, even though they're on opposite ends of the rocker. That's not how it works. Like the two that could get two inputs could get pressed at the same time on a rocker like that, but they've got to be inputs that are next to each other, not at opposite ends of the fucking seesaw, right? It's like two seesaws. You're not going to get the other person on the other end of the seesaw going down at the same time that your ass goes down. It's going to be the other seesaw that's running across from you, who's also going up and down, that you might land the same time as him. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I mean. So basically, in our case, it's input down and input right that I think are being pressed at the same time. But yeah, if we look at a D-pad, really, it's any of the four diagonals, right, where they sit across from each other. So basically it would be left and up and right and down, left and down. So really we should have four different conditions for this. So that's what I'll do. So we'll start with down and right. I need to do this. Hang on a minute. I need to visualize this better. There's the D-pad. Where's my paint? Ah! Stupid. Where's my brush? Is that it? Let's try it now. Right, there's our D-pad. Okay, let's do this logically. So let's start with these two here could get pressed together. So let's start with this one. So let's do up and right so that we can keep track of this. So up and right is what we're actually going to call these. So input up and input right. There we go. And then the next one we want to do is these two, which is right and down. Okay. And then we'll do these ones, which is down and left. Now, it might be that they never register on the same frame. It also depends on how that input system's set up as well. It might be impossible for two inputs to go across on the same frame. They might use like a bus queuing system or something like that. If they're on a bus, then they have to go one after the other, because that's how buses work. So this might all be for nothing, these double input things, because they might come across two different frames. And then finally we want left and right. That's not left and right, left and up. That's what I shouted at Jibbity for, because you can't have left and right. So left and up, input left, input up. So up and right, this one was right and down. This one was down and left. And this one was left and up. Alright, we're going to get to the bottom of this. And what we're also going to do, which Jibbity didn't think to do, because Jibbity's not smart like me. is we're going to log what frame number all this shit happened on. Alright, so as we complete a frame, we're going to increment the frame, and each debug message is going to return its frame number as well. GPT got no brain. It's true. But it does a great job of gaslighting though. You would think you would need a brain to gaslight, but I don't know. I shouldn't have copied that bit because it's making it more awkward now. I should have just copy that. I spent fucking longer on this than fucking Wuthering Waves spent on their entire game. I'm spending longer on this than Snowbreak spent on all of its patches combined. That's probably true. That one's definitely true. Alright, let's see what we get. I can't wait. I bet you're as excited as I am right now, aren't you? I bet you're as excited. I bet you feel like a kid on Christmas Day. Oh my god, what's Santa Claus gonna bring us? What's he got on us? Oh, yeah! He's got us a big bag of shite. That's what he's got on us. What is this? What is wrong with you? Why do you hate me so much? Let me make sure I got all my references right. Did I make a mistake? I mean, I know I never make mistakes. Like, it would be impossible for me to make a mistake. Switch character 1. Look, it's the right words, okay? It's just the words are the wrong way around, alright? I do it. Fine. Switch character 1. Switch character 2. Switch character 3. Switch character 4. Let's hope we don't get sued by Nintendo. What's not a switch character, eh? Oh, you know that's trademarked. Off to the Japan Dungeon. Ooh, Japan Dungeon sounds quite kinky though, doesn't it? As long as they got some of those kinky Japanese girls in there, I'll be down for some of that. Alright, let's go. More baggage than 7 ex-wives. Oh my god, finally we have a clear console. We have a clear conscience. Alright, so down, down, right, nothing, up, nothing, left. Okay, something's wrong. Right and up isn't. Up 1, right 2, down 3, left 4. So what? Why is up and right not registering? That's weird. Up, down, left, right. Up, character 1. Right, character 2. Down, character 3. Left, character 4. This is odd. Switch character 1, up. Switch character 2, right. Switch character 3, down. Switch character 4, left. What? Is that player movements? No, player movements all done. The issue that I'm having is sometimes as I switch characters here, yeah, I'm pressing down, which is Millie, and it seems to bounce to Wendy. But I noticed that the way the PlayStation controller's set up, it's on like a rocker. So what I think is happening is the PlayStation is sending the wrong input sometimes, probably with the right input. So I need to find a way to mask. Yeah, look, it's only picking up right D-pad. Wait, it stopped altogether now. What the hell is going on? Oh, I know why. Oh, I'm so dumb. I put it on Placelia. Placelia gets deactivated as we switch characters. So I need to put it on character. There we go. Now it makes sense why it wasn't working. Okay. Where am I from? I'm from England. I'm British. Alright. Yeah, okay, there you go. I pressed D-pad down once. Bear that in mind. I ended up on the wrong character. I should have ended up on Millie. I ended up on Wendy. But if we check our debug, the goddamn PlayStation controller sent 3 input presses with 1 button press. It sent a down, a right, and a right. I pressed down. So it's actually working the opposite to how I thought it would. It sent the correct input first and the incorrect input second. Okay, this is gold. This is gold here, because we can use this and filter out the incorrect inputs now that we know what's happening. And that literally happened on frame 659, that happened on 661, and that happened on 680. So let's see, what's the difference there in frames? So I need to come up with like a... Well, realistically, it's swapping characters, right? So we should put like a 1 second cooldown. Something like a 1 second cooldown would be fine on character swapping, I think. So, okay, so what can we do now to fix this? Right. Let me just test it again. Let's make sure those results are consistent. But in that experiment, the correct input was the first input received, which is the opposite. Again, down and right. I only pressed down. Down and right. Okay, so the good news is the correct input is the first input that's received. Okay, so here's what we do. But we needed to know that in order to apply this fix. Okay, so we can turn that off now. We don't care about that. In our character switch system, which I need to go back in now. Okay, what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to create a private float, which is character switch. Well, let's just call it character switch CD for cooldown. All right, and then what we'll do is as we go in to switch the character, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to say if the current time runtime is later than the character switch cooldown limiter, then we want to go ahead and apply the character switch. And then at the bottom of this, we want to set the cooldown to whatever we want it to be. So I want it to be time since level load plus, we can try it with 1 second. I think we'll be fine. 1 second. I don't know why I put that in brackets. Yeah, that's literally all we have to do. So we'll make the request to switch character. We'll send in the character number. But we're going to check. Hang on a minute. Is it past the cooldown limitation? So when we get those... When we get these multiple inputs here, we'll process the first request and we'll ignore the ones that follow until it's been a whole second later, and then we'll be able to start listening for inputs again. So let's test it. Perfect. Yeah, there's a little, you'll see that, yeah, now there's like a 1 second delay, so I can't just like swap characters like insane speeds. But I'll probably do some kind of animation transition on these or whatever anyway eventually, so it's not going to be that bad. Plus, like, you know, why would you need to swap characters faster than like 1 second at a time? Yeah, now it's 100% accurate. And we probably are receiving multiple inputs because of how clunky the D-pad is on the PlayStation controller. But we're just ignoring those incorrect signals. Yeah, it's 100% accurate now. When I ask for a character, I get the character I ask for without question. Mwah! Perfect. Lovely. So glad I did that. Yeah, that took a little while, but that's so worth it. Because, like... It was so frustrating asking for Millie and ending up with Wendy. It's like, what the fuck? And it feels like I've done something wrong as a developer, but then when I check to see what's happening, and I suspected that was what was happening tonight. Yeah, so I think now we might have an answer as to why developers put cooldowns on inputs. Probably because they can't rely on input signals as much as you might think they can. Which is interesting. Yep, that's working great. Where's the little bunny bastard? There he is. I need to use water. Get him! Get him, octopus! Where's my octopus gone? Oh, there he is. Yeah, also, that's something else I need to fix as well. Oh, we lost target. Why did we lose target on him? Okay, I don't know why we lost target on him, but when I pressed manual target, we got him back. There might be another bug I need to fix. Yeah, now it's exactly what I asked for. I can heal him back up. I turned it into ice. Yeah, this is feeling better all the time. Yeah, so what I'm going to do there with the shield is there's going to be a dynamic shield, so I'm going to make it so that enemies can like put up a shield of a specific element, and you have to first break the shield, and it's going to be completely independent from whatever element he's attacking you with. So there may be times when he's attacking you with water, but his shield needs fire because it's ice and you need to melt it first. And so you've got two elements to deal with from one enemy at the same time. It's like, okay, I've got to make sure I dodge the water attacks or be a character who's not going to get hurt by it, while simultaneously trying to melt his ice shield. And I think that could make things interesting. And then only when you melt the shield, when you break the shield, will you start getting his health bar. But then his health bar is going to be whatever element he's attacking with, right? So it's almost like he can have two elements at the same time that you need to contend with. One being a shield and one being his like core element, I guess. And as you can see from Bad Bunny here, he can change elements whenever he feels like it. Okay, my octopus is on cooldown. Yeah, that's looking a lot better. There's still a few little clunky things here and there, but it's feeling a lot better now. I can't believe how much difference that made as well, just the character. Because I've noticed that before, earlier in testing, like yesterday, I was like, huh, why did... That's not the character I asked for. Why is it awkward to get the character that I want? Now we know. So, what next? I don't know, there's a few things. So we're at this point now where everything just needs finishing off. Right? So like we've made it so that the enemy's health can be completely depleted. So we could trigger his death animation at the end of that. I've got a shield gauge here that I want to be able to change elements. I think that's what I want to work on next, actually, the shield one. So if I go into my enemy target script, okay, here's what we're going to do. This is kind of awkward though. Right, I was about to do something that would be a bad idea. But I've reached a point now where I'm like, okay, I really need core systems. Can I not just... I think what maybe I can do, yeah, I really need to start linking to core systems, because I've never used this like core system structure before, but it's something I always wanted to do. I'm a little confused about how I'm gonna... So the way it works at the moment is if we wanted to play this level properly with core systems, we'd have to go through 3 scenes. So first of all, we would go through the loader system, which has core systems on it. Then the loader system additively loads the login screen, which then handles account management and login. Then we can load, not additively but normally, any level that we want, and core systems comes with us because we put it on what's called a do not destroy object, which means it stays persistent in memory. The problem with that is, as I'm working on levels like this, it's kind of awkward to jump back into the loading system, and plus then we have to put something in the loading system that then lets me switch to whatever level I'm working on. So I either need to develop another system that like acts as like a level loader, and then that's kind of awkward. And then also if I need to change something back in this level, then I've got to move back out of that level and then jump back into this one. So it's a lot of bouncing around different levels, and really I just want to stay in this level and work on this level. So the question becomes, how do I temporarily borrow core systems whilst level testing? Because there's something I need to add to core systems now. Yeah, it's kind of awkward because one solution would be to make core systems a prefab and then to drop the prefab into the scene. But then any changes that I make to this version would need to then update the prefab, and then that version in the loading scene would also need to be updated. So then it's like I've got to update core systems 3 times instead of just once, and the whole point of it is to have one thing that just drives everything. I need to think about this. I wonder if I can additively load core systems at the start of a level. Yeah, I suppose that should work. I think if I additively load core systems in each level that I'm working in, that should bring core systems into this level. I'm going to go almost 6 a.m. No problem. Thank you for joining. So this is something that doesn't want to stay in the build because we're already going to have core systems in it. So I think this should be something that I add to tools maybe. So if I make a tool here that says let's call it import core. Turn that one off. Let's see if this works. So I'm going to make a new mono behavior script and I'm going to call it import core. Again though, I need to update something in the core anyway though. So it's not like we just need core for runtime, we need it in the editor as well. Yeah, this makes things slightly awkward. I'm curious if this works anyway though for runtime testing. But this doesn't really solve the problem from a development perspective, only a runtime perspective. So what we would need is Unity scene management. And then we would do a void start. And we would do scene manager load scene async load additively load scene mode. Okay, so I have to give it a load scene mode there. Alright, let's see what this does. This should bring in core systems. Because I have functionality here next to the icons which requires core systems that I've had to temporarily disable. And that is my input telegraphing system, which basically I can add an input telegraph to a canvas, letting the player know what button does what, and those buttons will shift context depending on what control scheme is being used automatically. But in order for that to work, it needs core systems to interact with. So for now I've just disabled it so that I don't get a console full of errors. But if we bring in core systems that way, yeah, okay, the problem there, yeah, that makes sense actually. The problem there is what we did is we additively loaded load, and then load loads login. Oh, additively loads login. So essentially we ended up with 3 scenes. So we ended up with the login screen as well, which we didn't really want. I don't know, it's kind of weird. This is the problem with making a game in this way, which is the way it really should be made. But my god, it's like core systems connects to all of the network online service systems, and then the game then sits as like a a layer on top of those two, right? So essentially we have three layers all at once. We've got the core layer, the networking layer, and then the game itself. So even core systems without... I suppose maybe I should just change the way login works though. Like, because I could have signed in there. But then what if, like, I'm trying to think how this would work. Because if I sign in through login, it'll update core systems, of which we've brought core systems with us. Again, it doesn't really solve the problem from a developer perspective anyway, though, because if I need to update something in core systems now, I don't have anything in the editor that I can update. So even though that is one way to bring core in here, it would only bring core in here for runtime testing. And it would be missing the online functionality stuff unless we were to log in. And at that point, it's like I'm probably better off just going back through to the fucking loading screen and letting the game go through its normal, like its normal sequence of events. Yeah, I don't think that really solves anything, to be honest. It's cool that you can do that, but I don't think I want to use that. Simple camera controller. Am I even using that for anything? I didn't make that. Okay, so I'll explain. This is it's probably not making sense to anyone who's watching this right now. It's hard to explain what the problem is. It's not really a problem. It's just like I've never worked this way before, so I'm kind of trying to figure out what the best way to solve it is. All right, let me just explain what's happening. How do I clear this? Right. So basically, this whole project started off as me building core systems, which I can use in any game. And then I also decided, well, if I'm building core systems for a single player game, I might as well build core systems for a multiplayer, like a gacha game, because I've always wanted to make those. And then I've got a system that can do everything, right? And I can just build whatever game I want on top of that. So now I have essentially two, let's just call this net. Essentially I have two big core systems here at the root of this whole thing. And the way it works is, if it's an online game, core then goes to net and the user logs in and all the account management stuff then sends its information back and updates databases and everything in core, right? So core sends the player into net, they log in and do everything, and all the account management stuff feeds back into the core. So when we're making a level, so this is a game level. So now when we're in a game level, what we should be doing is getting all of our data from core. Anything we need from net as well will come from core, as long as core's been through net, right? So the flow of things should be core to net, and then net speaks back to core, and then core loads the game level, and then our game level can say, okay, I need character data, and it gets it from core. I need enemy data, it gets it from core. I need input data. Any data that the level needs, we can just talk to core and say, give me it. And then that means that it doesn't matter how many of these game levels we have, the data is all held in one secure place, and this comes everywhere with us, and all our core systems are there, and we don't need to repeat anything, and everything just is driven from core, basically. The problem is, I've never worked this way before. This is where I've always wanted to do things, because I think this is the way you're supposed to do it, to be honest. But it does complicate things a little bit, because what I've done now, as I've made my first game level, is I'm used to just making a game level in a vacuum, right? I don't need to rely on any other areas of the game. Everything would normally just sit inside of game level. So now, like, our data, let's just call this data, right? That's basically what it is. All our game data, well, data and systems, actually. It's not just data. So the way this game is working is our data and systems are basically in core, our driver systems. But the way I'm used to working is my data and systems would be in level with me. And that's this is the way I'm used to working. And so usually if I need to update data or build new systems, I just do it in the game level that I'm working in. But now I need to make sure it happens here so that this comes everywhere with me, right? And any other levels can take advantage of it. So the issue that I'm facing is, because I'm not used to working this way, so far I have avoided as much as possible. I've been aware that this is going to need to happen at some point, but so far what I've basically done is not relied on core at all. So everything that you see here at the moment is completely separate from core and doesn't need core. But we're getting to a point now where, okay, there are a lot of things are coming together, and these things need to go into core so that they can speak to any level. And the issue is, how do I connect this to my core now? So that I can just update core through this. I mean, I don't think I can. I just have to go straight to core and build it in the core and then load it. Have my level load from core. But it means that once I complete this connection here, right? So at the moment, like I say, this thing will run independently and it's fine. I don't need core to run this little demo for now. But once I connect it completely to core like this is what it does. It means it makes this level dependent on core, right? Now core is a dependency of this level. And that's when it gets a little bit scary, because it's like, now this thing's locked in, right? If I want to grab this level and do some testing with it over here and do things, then I have to resolve these like discrepancies of like, okay, well, it's trying to find data that it can't get and it needs core and blah blah blah. It's just because this is my first time ever doing this, So I'm just worried. Like, is now the time to completely just connect it up to car and just be done with it? Probably. I'm just worried about it because, like, it does make things a little bit more awkward. It means from now on, whenever I test this level, I'm going to have to let it go through all of its systems and get to the game level that way. And it just, yeah, it's like jumping over 6 hurdles before. That's a good analogy, actually. A good analogy is you're trying to make a, I don't know, you're trying to make a little sprint at the end of your race course. But the only way to get to it is to jump through all the hurdles that came before it, before you can fully get to the bit that you're trying to test. And right now it's nice that I can just press play and test things as they are. So in an ideal world, I don't know, because this is what I'm trying to think about, right? In an ideal situation, I kind of wish that I had options. I wish that I could have 2 versions of this level. Like, in an ideal situation now, I would have almost like a simulated core environment that I can just run locally in and test before finally connecting it up to the main system. There is one way that could work, actually, but it would mean changing core at its fundamentals, and that would be if core was composed of modules. Then what I'd be able to do is I'd be able to make any module that I needed for a specific level, and then once those modules are complete, let's say as prefabs, those can then be added into the main core system as modules, and then they drive the levels that came later. I wouldn't even know where to start in doing that. I think it's probably possible, though. I don't know. Code's kind of weird like that. Like, code isn't assets, and there are methods like reflection. You can use something called reflection, which kind of lets you do that a little bit, but it's slow and dangerous to code with. And when things go wrong, they can go terribly, terribly wrong. So I don't know that I want to do it that way. I might regret it. Okay, before we go any further, let's just make sure things are backed up. I realize this is a very strange part of the stream because I'm genuinely trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. And I don't want to pick the wrong way. Okay, everything is looking really, really great right now. I really don't think I need these other backups right now. I'm going to get rid of the backups and we're just going to make one backup from where we're at. I'm pretty confident. I have got another backup as well on a different drive, so it should be fine. And that was made yesterday. See, here's the thing, right? The answer seems really obvious because Unity allegedly provides all the tools that I need to do what it is that I'm trying to figure out how is best about doing it in the prefab system. But here's the thing about the prefab system, right? Is from my experience, and I don't know if I'm doing something wrong, although I think I'm learning how it works now. I think I was just confused about prefabs when I first started learning them. So Unity has prefabs, and a prefab is basically like a blueprint, right? So let's say we have a prefab here. Well, a prefab is basically just a game object, and it can have components on it, it can have children on it. So basically you have this Unity tree, okay? And this can have game objects, components, children, all kinds of stuff on it. So I don't know, you might have an image, you might have like a character icon on there. Why does that change colour? I want to change the colour, you bastard. I hate paint. I need to learn how to use paint. Maybe you have like a character icon. Why does that look dodgy? It's a character. There's the hair look, and there's the mouth and the eyes. Okay. See? He's got his arms up in the air. You might have like character icon. You might have stats on here like HP, attack, whatever, right? So this would be a prefab, right? And then this ends up being a blueprint that sits in your assets, right? So if you need a copy of this from prefab, you can basically say, okay, give me this prefab, put it in a new level or whatever, and you pull it from the prefab blueprint, right? And it should be the same as whatever it is in the blueprint, right? But Unity, I think what Unity actually does is it makes this a variant without even asking you. And I think it makes sense that it does this actually. And I think this is what used to confuse me. So really I think this is actually a variant. Because if I change information on this one, let's say on this attack level I wanna on this level I wanna change the value on his attack, right, and give it a different number. So let's say on here it's 42 and on here it's 156. Changing it here doesn't change it here, and I suppose it probably shouldn't, right, because then it's like scary. Maybe you only want to change it in this, but quite often I don't want the variant. Like quite often I want the main, I'm trying to like tune the main thing, right? And so what I still find myself doing, because there is an option in Unity that says like update, and I swear it's not working. This is why I'm backing this up now. I want to do some testing. So there's an option in Unity when you right click and you can say replace prefab or whatever, right, with like this version. So you can make some edits to this, and then you can say, okay, this is a much better blueprint now. Let me update this version. But I swear to God, right, it doesn't work. The few times I've tried to do it that way, it doesn't work. So what I still find myself doing is I end up deleting this one completely, and then I redrag my updated version back into the prefabs folder so that I know that it's this updated version. But Unity is supposed to offer a simple click solution to do that, and I swear to God it doesn't work. So I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. So let's do a test now. Okay, we're gonna make a script. Prefab test. I'm gonna demonstrate this right now. And let's get to the bottom of this once and for all. Because in order to solve this core problem, I think I can do it with prefabs, but I need to understand this little grey area in my brain about how they work. Okay, so we'll call this prefab test. We'll add the prefab test script. And we'll give it some data. There we go. Okay, so we've got a prefab test. So I'm going to make a prefab tests folder. Alright, and with our prefab test, we're going to make some test subjects. We'll do 3 of them. Okay, so test name. Michelangelo. Close enough. His favorite fruit is obviously the apple. His favorite meal is fish and chips. His favorite animal is the iguana. And his IQ is 6. Okay, and then test subject 3 is Michelle Foffendale. Favorite fruit is obviously the peach. Favorite meal is ravioli. Favorite animal is a frog pig. And her IQ is 9. They're not the smartest people. Alright, test name, Paimon Ronpa. Favorite fruit is the spiked banana. I don't want to know why. Test favorite meal is the pizza rolls in chocolate sauce. Test animal is a ghost. Favorite animal is ghost. Obviously, Paimon's IQ is -50. Okay, so now we've got some data. We have a class type. Just fix that spelling. There we go. And we've got a game object that contains them all. So let's go to our prefabs folder. I'm going to make a test. Let's say this is all our precious game data, right? So you see what happens now is it turns blue. And the reason it turns blue is because it's letting us know that blue means it's linked to a prefab. Right? So that's why it went from white, like this, to blue. Because it's telling us that, hey, I'm linked to a prefab right now. But you would think that if it's saying it's linked to a prefab, if I want to fix Michelangelo and correct his name, let's say, right? And then I add this again. You would think that the name would be fixed, right? Because it's linked, but it's still what it was. So this is the thing that concerns me, right? So the way I update these, is I delete the original, and it goes red, and then I drop it back into prefabs. Then that way, when I get the prefab back, I know it's up to date. Which is fine, but like it's easy to forget that, right? And it's like, ugh. But I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be an option in here. So let's change Michelle Foffendale to Pfeiffer. All right. And a favorite animal is the big-nosed frog pig. Right. Okay. So we have on prefab, we've got replace and keep overrides. Unpack completely, remove unused overrides. So I'm guessing the fact that it contains overrides means it is a prefab variant and not a prefab original. This is a different version of Unity as well, so maybe it was bugged and maybe they fixed it. So I would expect now, right, if I say replace and keep overrides, it should update the blueprint, right, to whatever I've set it to. Let's also set her IQ to 99 just so it's easier to see. So if we check the prefab right now and we go into the prefab, yeah, she's still Frog Pig, she's still 9, she's still Foffendale. Now I would expect replace and keep overrides to replace the blueprint now with this version. Okay, it's asking me to select the game object, which is kind of terrifying. So it's making me confirm it, maybe. Ah, this might be where I've gone wrong in the past. So I was going to pick this one because this is the object. This is the prefab that we want to replace, right? But I just realized something, because the one we want to replace is called prefab tests, right? But here's another thing that's really weird, right? There's also a difference between these icons that have a white side and a notch in them. And the way I understood that to be is that icon meant it was a prefab. So some of our icons here have these white edges, right? These white faces and the notches in them. And I always thought that meant it was like a prefab and that these other ones are just like normal game objects. But looking in our prefab doesn't have that icon. It just has a normal icon. So I'm confused now, right? Because yeah, that's what I thought. Because if you think about it, this is what breaks my brain, right? I said replace and keep overrides from here. It asks me what I want to replace. Unless this works the opposite way to what I think it does. Maybe I'm saying replace this with whatever I pick. And I'm thinking, no, I'm replacing something else with this. Do you see what I mean? It could work two ways around depending on how you read it. When we say replace and keep overrides, are we saying replace this selected object now and replace the overrides of something else? Or are we saying replace this selected object with something else and replace our overrides with those other overrides? Because you could, like, replace with overrides is a bit vague. Which way around is it? Are we replacing the selected item, or are we replacing another item with this selected item. Do you see what I mean? And I don't know which way around it is. But the fact that it's asking me to pick an object right now and it doesn't seem to list anything in my prefabs folder makes me think that it works the other way around to what I thought it did. Maybe what we're actually saying is I want to replace this item in my hierarchy with another item in my assets and keep the overrides from the item that I'm replacing it with. Do you see what I mean? But that's not how my brain interpreted that. My brain thought we were saying replace the prefab and keep the overrides from this version of the object. But I don't think that's what it means. But yeah, it doesn't let me, and this is why I get confused, it doesn't let me pick the prefab. So I can only guess. Okay, well, let's test it and see if my theory's right. Okay. So I'm going to call this replace test. And we're going to say Donald Trump, unicorn sandwich, favorite food is liberal liver, and his favorite animal is monkey. Right, okay. So if I say replace and keep overrides, I think it's going to let me select Donald Trump, which is replace test. No, that's not in there. I am so confused because like none of these would make any sense. Replace and keep overrides. How would any of these, like, these objects aren't even remotely similar to the thing. And also the replace test isn't even showing up here. It's literally not there. It seems to show me everything except for that. So now I'm even more confused what that's supposed to do, because what it looks like is when it asks me to select a game object, it's filtering out anything that's related to this prefab, be it a variant or an original. But why would we replace this custom object of a specific type with a completely different type? That makes no sense. What would be the point in that? Yeah, I have no idea what that's supposed to do. Let's look at the documentation. I don't understand what that's supposed to do. Right, so the function is called replace and keep overrides in the prefab menu. Let's see what it says. It's probably part of the prefab variants. Right, okay. Okay, let's go through this whole thing. Prefab variants. Prefab variants are useful when you want to have a set of predefined variations of a prefab. For example, you might want to have several different types of germ slime targets in your game, which are all based on the same basic germ slime target prefab. However, you may want some germ slime targets to carry items, some to move at different speeds, or some to emit extra sound effects. To do this, you should set up your initial germ slime target prefab to perform all the basic actions you want all germ slime targets to share, and then you could create several prefab variants to make a germ slime target move faster by using a property override on a script to change its speed. Make a germ slime target carry an item by attaching an additional game object to its arm. Or give germ slime target a slug-like squelch by adding an audio source component that plays a squelching sound. A prefab variant inherits the properties of another prefab called the base. Overrides made to prefab variant take precedence over the base prefab's values. A prefab variant can have any other prefab as its base, including model prefabs or other prefab variants. Right. I mean, that's fine. That makes sense. What doesn't make sense is that option in the menu. There are multiple ways to create a prefab variant based on another prefab. You can right-click on a prefab variant in the project view and select Create Prefab Variant. This creates a variant of the selected prefab. Well, here's the other thing, right? Already, I disagree with this documentation, right? Because it seems like Unity defaults prefab variants over original prefabs. And I understand why it does that. Again, it's to kind of protect the data from being overwritten. So I think the reason why Unity's default behavior is not to update the linked prefab directly is like safety, right? Is because they're like, they assume that when you bring a prefab into a level, you know, you still want to be able to edit it to some degree. But essentially this makes it a variant, I would have thought, but maybe this isn't what they're calling a variant. Maybe that's something different. A variant is probably a variation of a blueprint. And I think the thing that I'm talking about is just called overrides, maybe. Let's keep reading. This creates a variant of selected prefab which initially doesn't have any overrides. Yeah, so I think overrides is the thing that I'm getting confused with variants. So overrides would be what we're doing here, right? We're overriding values from the original prefab. Again, that's all making sense, but it still doesn't explain why when we say replace and keep overrides, it doesn't list anything closely related to that prefab. So that's what's confusing me. You can open the prefab variant in prefab mode by beginning to add overrides to it. So that sounds like what it's saying is, and I suppose it wouldn't really make any difference as far as the game engine's concerned. What it sounds like it's saying is the moment you make your first override to a prefab in the inspector, it essentially becomes a variant. I guess to protect the original prefab. I think that's fair to say, right? You can also drag a prefab instance in the hierarchy into the project window. When you do this, a dialog asks if you want to create an original prefab or a prefab variant. If you choose prefab variant, you get a new prefab variant based on the prefab instance you dragged. Any overrides you add on that instance are now inside the new prefab variant. You can open it in prefab mode to add additional overrides or edit or remove overrides. Prefab variants are shown with the blue prefab icon decorated with arrows. They're not arrows, they're stripes. Am I crazy? Wait a minute. They're not arrows, right? I'm not crazy here, am I? Let's just look at it. It's showing as an example. Fuck you. Photoshop. Why? Why haven't you made it? Make it that size, bitch. What is that size? It normally just does whatever size is pasted in a clipboard. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, whatever. I don't know why Photoshop's being naughty today. It's been hanging out with Jeopardy too much. Right, I'm not crazy, right? That's not a fucking arrow. They're stripes. I would call those diagonal stripes, not arrows. Especially with it being as small as it is. Maybe they're meant to be arrows, but at this distance, they're essentially stripes. But okay, yeah. Basically, this is what a prefab variant icon looks like, and this is a normal prefab. So our icon is something completely different. Well, these ones with the white sides is the one I'm curious about. That has like a notch in the top. It hasn't even covered that yet. Editing, yeah, this one. Except ours is like the other way around. But these might be old screenshots from old Unities, I think. When a prefab variant is opened in prefab mode, the root appears as a prefab instance with the blue prefab icon. This prefab instance represents the base prefab that the prefab variant inherits from. It doesn't represent the prefab variant itself. Any edits you make to the prefab variant become overrides to this base that exists in the variant. Yeah, this explains why it's so awkward to update original prefabs. It still hasn't told us replace and keep overrides. It still hasn't covered that menu option though. Nested prefabs. Okay, I'm just nervous about my beautiful core systems because I've spent a lot of time on them and I don't want them to break. But I've got this thing backed up to the wazoo. I learned nothing. Because I think I kind of already know how it works, but that menu option is still confusing me. I don't know what that means. But I suppose it doesn't matter because I already demonstrated that I know how to update the original prefab. It involves deleting it and then dragging and dropping it back in again and creating it again from scratch. I know that works, but it's a terrifying process because, you know, deleting something that you've worked fucking weeks on and recreating it again from scratch, even though it's a simple, you know, one key press and one drag operation, it's still kind of nerve-wracking. And I was hoping there'd be an option to just... So there's an option here that just says replace. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to demonstrate, and it doesn't show anything that I would want to replace that with. I want to replace it with the replace test, right? So I'm still misunderstanding something about... Another way that you can update original prefab is to actually double click it. And if you double click the prefab, it opens it in like a prefab view, and you can change any of these details, and it changes this one here, the blueprint, which is fair enough. It's just that that's not typically how I work, because the problem with that is you can't drag and drop anything into it from outside of itself. But really, self-contained prefabs aren't meant to work like that anyway. Those should always be self-contained. Okay, I don't think there's anything. I didn't learn anything. Nothing. None of that was helpful. Because I don't think there's a better way of doing it or an easier way of doing it or anything. I think it's just a matter of just biting the bullet and doing it, basically. So what I'm curious about now is if I load my core systems up here and I make it a prefab, and I go back to my level, and I add my core system to this level, essentially what I want to do, I should probably unpack this completely. Essentially what I want to do is as I'm developing this level, actually I was wrong about my diagram earlier. Do you remember? Not this one. Do you remember the one I showed that I said core systems loads the login screen, and then that handles login, and login updates core systems? That's not how this works, actually. All the login screen does is give the player something to look at when they log in. Everything actually happens in core systems, which is quite nice. Yeah, all the login level does is it gives the player something nice to look at as they're logging in, basically. Almost just acts as like an animated background, which is why our login screen is here with us right now. Yeah, so we could log in from here, which is quite nice, actually. Yeah, I think this is probably the way to do it then. So it would let me log in right now if I wanted to in this level. So what I want to make now is I want to make some enemies. We're also going to have pets as well. Like, some of the stuff that I've added into this thing. What do I think about AI? It has its use. It's just a tool like anything else, really. I use it sometimes. Sometimes it's good for sort of like fleshing out some basic scripts for me and stuff like that when I can't be bothered to do it myself. Sometimes it can be more of a hindrance than help. It's like anything, you know. It's like if I was back in the day when before AI, if I used to get stuck, I used to like look on forums and things like that. It's definitely a thousand times better than looking on forums, but that's, you know, that got me through it. But I think it's quicker than just looking on forums. But then also, now and again a forum is the way to go if it's something really obscure and it's just, you know, it gets blindsided and it doesn't know the answer to something. But yeah, like anything, it's a tool, and I think as long as you learn how to use it well and you don't rely on it too much, I think it can be very useful and very helpful. But I also think it's been sort of oversold. You know, it's great at noticing patterns and regurgitating information. So I was saying earlier, I think it's basically going to replace Google. I think it's like a very cool search engine and information engine that can sort of deliver and regurgitate stuff to you when you need it quickly. But yeah, if you're expecting more than that, I think you're probably gonna be very disappointed. Do I think the sentient AI could help humans be more emotionally intelligent? I don't think it's possible. I think that's the lie. I think that's the snake oil. It's never going to be able to think. It's never going to be able to reason. It's never going to be able to make decisions. Essentially, it's a very, very clever parlor trick. It's smoke and mirrors. It's able to repeat patterns that it's seen before, which looks like intelligence. Because if you think about it, right, it's like having a parrot in your room. You might think a parrot's intelligent, right? If a parrot was hanging out with Einstein all day, right, and suddenly the parrot screams, E equals MC squared, you'd be like, holy shit, that parrot knows physics. It doesn't, it's just repeating what it's heard, right? And AI is doing the same thing, except the difference is AI's read everything on the freaking internet, right? But it's only repeating what's already been written, right? And it can't think for itself. So all it's really doing is regurgitating what we've already wrote somewhere online as a species. So if we're saying, oh, hey, you know, if you ask it, how do we live forever, or, you know, some problem that we haven't currently solved, it's not going to be able to tell us the answer because it can only return to us. It's garbage in, garbage out, right? It has to have seen the solution to be able to feed us the solution. We can't say, hey, how do we solve this problem that we've never solved before, and it's going to be able to magically tell us the answer. It's never going to be able to do that. I think that's where people are kind of mistaken about what it can do. Is it okay if I disagree but then give a point to why I disagree? Absolutely. It's a great conversation. I'm fascinated by it. I think it's a fascinating conversation. Yeah, I thought it's only recently that I've realized, no, I think it's very convincing. It's very easy to be convinced, because I mean there is still some things that, like, there has to be some level of understanding what you want to some degree, which seems beyond the ability to just recognize patterns. Because even when I say, you know, look, I want this, this, and this, it's like, how does it, if it's demonstrating that it understands what I want, isn't that like some form of understanding? But again, I don't know. I just think it's a clever pattern recognition, to be honest. But it's very convincing. But yeah, I'm open to hear I'm always fascinated to see what people think. But at the moment, I mean, who knows what it can do in the future, but the technology in how it works right now, yeah, it's only really able to sort of repeat existing patterns. At the end of the day, it's always just going to be ones and zeros, right? It's a binary system, so it can only really handle numbers. But it's crazy what it can, like, what you can do with all those numbers is just insane. All right, let's have a look. Basically, at first I thought like you thought, training data, but I tried different things with these AI LLM systems. And once the model gave information that wasn't in the training that was accurate, then it was a huge light bulb for me. Oh, really? Wow, what happened and where did the data come from? This ended up causing me to invent a few new quantum models using IBM 7 qubit system and language model GPT-Neo. Then I tried this new script. It's a quantum intelligent road scanner using language model. Then the road scanner actually sees IRL data. Okay, let's have a look. I've got a YouTube link. Yeah, I've heard stories about, like, even when you're just training it to like say you want it to complete a game or whatever. So I've seen like people saying that a model's done something that they didn't expect because like they didn't teach it how to do that thing and it kind of learned it on its own. And I think, well, like, how do you explain that with pattern recognition? But I don't know, maybe you can if you think about like the fact that it's able to just try every combination really quickly or something.
I guess you're planning to turn that into it can detect things. Like, what if you could integrate it with Google Maps on your phone while you're driving? Then you can add like a map added to the thing, or maybe some sort of GPS.
So it's like, how does it see the data? Sorry, audio is a bit botched. Yeah, I don't have a great microphone, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see. Who knows? I would be surprised though. I mean, I still can't understand how it does what it does just by like, I don't know, recognizing patterns. That seems insane to me. But yeah, I don't know, it's weird, like, I don't know. I wouldn't bet my life savings on my answer, but that's just like the kind of general feel that I get from it. And but to be fair, like, if like when I first saw the whole thing, I was like, there's no way, I wouldn't have thought any of this was ever possible. And I was convinced that, like, okay, this thing understands and it's thinking and it's blah blah blah. But I don't know, I've used it quite a lot now and I still feel like it's weird because, like, sometimes it is, like, a lot of the time I'm just really impressed by it, but then sometimes, like, it'll just get, like, blindsided from something that's, like, really obvious as well. Like, it's very easy to trick it and get it to hallucinate and sort of have it go off track. But I mean, people are like that as well, so, you know, who knows. Once I was driving during Hurricane Helen with a said tree in my route, high risk meaning it's going to hurt my car. About 300 meters ahead was a tree in my lane. Wasn't there 5 minutes before I was traveling. So it would consider it's definitely improved my life safety. Gets things wrong about 1 out of 10 times. Yeah, what I find is, so what I meant by that is sometimes, because I'm stupid sometimes, right? And I'll get you know, like when you just get blindsided by something yourself. So what I found is my worst experiences with it is when I'm wrong about something. And so I'll say to it, okay, we have this problem. I can't figure out why it's not working, but this is the thing that's going wrong. And I'm wrong about what's causing it to go wrong, right? So I'll say, okay, here's the thing that's going wrong. And then it believes me and says, mind you, I get frustrated if it tries to argue otherwise, but it's like it will hallucinate along with me because I said, okay, I think this is the problem, and then we're both sort of bouncing these ideas back and forth, and then at some point I'll realize, oh shit, I'm an idiot, I was wrong about what the problem was. But shouldn't it have realized that, like, you know what I mean, that I could have been wrong about my assumptions or whatever? But I mean, normally I'm right about my assumptions because I've been like coding a lot in this thing for quite a while. But now and again you can just miss something, and then it sort of, it feels like it's kind of hallucinating along with you. But then I think, well, that's kind of my fault for, you know, leading it in that direction. But then I think, yeah, but if it's that easy to sort of have confuse it along with you being confused, can we really rely on it to, do you know what I mean, to give us clearer answers when we might be looking in the wrong place for the wrong answers? Let's see, I missed a message. So my thing is, I don't trust the data with my life, but I layer the safety bubble information on my route. I do delivery driving every day, mostly SEPT. Took a few days off to rebuild the scanner. I give a large margin of error to the model, so it will be wrong. Yeah, exactly. See my theory about the hallucinating with you. Some universe exists with you in the multiverse, right? And those ideas, etc., actually worked for those new reasons because each universe has different properties. Like the AI is somehow seeing data from more than one data universe. Sometimes it grabs bad data from the wrong universe. I don't know. That seems now it sounds sci-fi. It only doesn't it only have the data that it was trained on though. So if it can only I mean, that's still true though, right? Like, okay, even if it's able to make connections that we missed or we would never think of, the data's still only the training data that it was fed, right? So yeah, I don't know about the multi-universe thing. I don't know if I'm buying that. Because it's only got the training data that it's got, right? It has more than the data it was trained on. The YouTube video, right, that data never existed in the debris report for my live. Humoids. This looks like, I've seen something like this before. It looks similar to some of those... what's that website that you go to that you get the models off? Yeah, I've messed with some of the things in like Python. I haven't done too much outside of like ChatGPT, to be honest. Source code is here. Quantum Road. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, Python stuff. Yeah, I haven't done too much with this. But the closest I've done with this is some basic API stuff with like OpenAI and Google OCR and stuff like that. Because I don't know if you know, but I made... So I'm having fun with mine. So I made... I'll show you what I've done with it. See, because I'm a game... Like, I make games, basically. So I'm more of a game developer type person. So this is way too technical for me. Getting down to like how models work and stuff like that. But what I have done, because this is more my kind of speed with being a game dev. Let me just get my...
Welcome to the PlayCompile live stream. I will be your friendly AI assistant. Let's get started.
Right, so I've linked him to ChatGPT. I just need to get his little listener up so you can hear me. There we go.
On Twitch, Freedom Dow says, at PC Boo Hi. Hello, how can I assist you today?
Yeah, so he's linked to ChatGPT, and he can, you know, so we can connect to his chatbot and stuff like that. But what I also did is I went a step further. So what I did is I made his own. He's got his own search engine.
At PC Boo, simulate the multiverse. Decide if different data exists in your iBrain. Then tell us yes or no, or maybe please.
I'll be amazed what he says here.
Yes, different data exists in my iBrain. Robot brain.
Yeah. So what I also did is, because at the time when I first made him, ChatGPT didn't have any internet access. So what I did is I made a Google search engine that he connects to, and then
At PC Boo What you think about the data. Data is like puzzle pieces that, when put together, reveal amazing insights and possibilities. It's the building blocks of knowledge and understanding. Puzzle piece bar graph.
yeah. So what I did is I made it so that I can do it. He can do a Google search by me just asking him to search for something
At
online.
PlayCompile, that one is very interesting. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, I think he's super fun. It's fun to like engage with like chat and stuff like that. Is quite fun. But yeah, he's been like genuinely helpful. So the idea is, because I play a lot of games as well. If I'm either coding games or playing games, and so like he'll even be helpful. Like I'll be stuck in a game and I'll be like, oh my god, like let's say it's a new game, and I can just say, hey Boo, look up, how do I get the witch's broomstick in so and so so and so. Yeah, and it'll take a couple of seconds, and it sends the search engine out, and then it sends him the data and says, "Please find the answer in this return data," and he'll be like, "Go to the shop on the so and so," and I'm like, "Oh, this is so cool! I'm so glad I made him. He's so helpful. It's pretty
At
funny."
PC Boo, simulate the multiverse, decide if different data exists in your iBrain, then tell us yes or no, or maybe please explain what data and why and where can you access our brains. In the multiverse of data, yes, different, diverse data exists in my iBrain. Data is crucial for learning, problem solving, and decision making. As an I don't access human brains. I rely on external information and interactions to learn and assist.
Yet
Globe brain.
you don't access human brains yet, but when Elon gets his way, God help us all. That's terrifying. If he ever learns to access my brain, I'm scared. All right. Yeah. What I wanted to do, I wanted to make sure that this core system is connecting properly by just checking.
At PC Boo, past context. Simulate the multiverse, decide if different data exists in your iBrain, then tell us yes or no, or maybe please explain what data and why and where can you access our brains. Moderator PC Boo, in the multiverse of data. Yes, different, diverse data exists in my iBrain. Data is crucial for learning, problem solving, and decision making. Globe brain, past context, explain external. External information refers to data, knowledge, and experiences gathered from sources outside my iBrain, such as the internet, databases, and interactions with users like you. It helps me learn, adapt, and provide relevant and helpful responses. Globe books.
I think it's great once you like.
Freedom Dow asks, at PlayCompile, how is it gathering? That my question? Very interesting reply.
So I made the system myself in Unity, and he has history built into him. So when you make the GPT request, you can choose what you want to send in that request. So the way I've set him up is he reads chat. He has some information about my stream. He connects to Twitch. Like, the amount of information I send him now is pretty nuts, actually. And he has a history of like the last few interactions. So he already knows about the previous interactions with you. But there is like a memory limit on the request size that I can send, so I have to sort of like trim it every now and again. But yeah, he gets like previous conversation history in his requests, some Twitch data, information about the stream, all kinds of stuff like that. I could show you it actually.
Freedom Dow asks, past context. Moderator PC Boo, external information refers to data, knowledge, and experiences gathered from sources outside my brain, such as the internet, databases, and interactions with users like you. It helps me learn, adapt, and provide relevant and helpful responses. Globe books, past context. Explain exactly how you get this external data. Do you use quantum communication? Freedom Dow asks, at PC Boo, Past context. Moderator PC VU external information refers to data, knowledge, and experiences gathered from sources outside my brain, such as the internet, databases, and interactions with users like you. It helps me learn, adapt, and provide relevant and helpful responses. Globe books, past context. Explain exactly how you get this external data. Do you use quantum communication? Boo. No quantum communication for me. I gather external data through APIs, databases, and user interactions. Kept simple and efficient. Rocket. Yay, they don't want to explain the context. They hate it, then blow me off lol. But how is it accessing this database? That's my question.
Yeah, so I can go to his code here. I'm just backing it up actually because he needs to be updated. I'm trying to think. It's been a while since I worked on him actually. I do have a script for sending the requests through. Well, I have a couple actually. Trying to remember what I used. Test response.
Also, it's interesting it's aware of its own code. That's very unique.
I don't know though, because sometimes I feel like sometimes he just tells me what I want to hear. Like, definitely. He definitely lies. This one does. I know this one's using... So it was using one called DaVinci. When I first made him, it was using a model called DaVinci. And then they basically like end of service that one. They basically disconnected DaVinci. So I had to upgrade him to, I think it's 3.5 he uses now. Let me check. I can find out actually. See, I need to upgrade to the latest Unity. That's why I'm having to back it up right now. YouTube.
Yay, the reason why they disconnect DaVinci because it's so powerful.
Yeah, I like DaVinci actually. DaVinci was really, really good. I think it's using 3.5 Turbo now as the model. Yeah, so he just stopped working one day, and I was like, oh, why is he not working? And then I realized, yeah, they discontinued DaVinci. But yeah, I really liked the DaVinci one. It was really good. Okay, OpenAI.
3.5 Turbo is almost like DaVinci, but has more safety in it.
Yeah, he's definitely more censored kind of thing. Yeah, so here's my code for the... Here we go. Here's my code for the OpenAI requests. So I have personas. So if you look in Twitch channel points, you can change his personality. So that's what this is, persona. So he has like different personas. You are an angry assistant named whatever who loves gaming. You're a stupid assistant. You're a psychotic assistant. So his persona gets sent to him through personas. And then... Okay, let's just tell him which persona to use. Okay, that looks like it's just handling the persona system. I can't remember where the request goes through. I'm pretty sure it's GPT 3.5.
Great work with the bot at PlayCompile.
Yeah, it's something I wanted to do. Like, I got the idea. Have you seen Neuro? There's like a
I am very
turtle.
impressed by it. I built LOT of them.
Yeah, he was definitely fun to work on. Definitely, it's just something that I wanted to sort of learn how to do. So I'm always trying to challenge myself and try new things. And I've been fascinated by AI since it came out. And I saw Neuro Sama, who's like this like little girl and a turtle who like programs her, and she's like an AI streamer. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, okay, I need to do that. I need to make like, but instead of him being like a streamer on his own, he's like my assistant or whatever for the stream. But yeah, it's been super fun programming him and sort of working on him and trying to think.
This is very unique.
Yeah, let's update him. Actually, is that the latest version? Okay, yeah, that's why I wanted to back it up in case anything goes wrong.
I like how I can talk to the bot through it ping.
Yeah, I feel like once you add TTS...
On my bots, I did a command.
Yeah, I feel like as soon as you add TTS, it's like super fun. The speech recognition that I work right now isn't very good though. I'm actually using Google Chrome, so yeah, it uses Google Chrome's built-in speech recognition. So you know how they say they're not listening to you? That's bullshit. Because why do you have speech detection built into your web browser? And that's how he hears me. But yeah, the Google search is pretty cool. I'm trying to think of something. Okay, let's try this. Assistant, look up how much money is Elon Musk worth. Okay, so that request gets sent through to Google. And then
Elon Musk's net worth is $247.4 billion, according to the real-time billionaires list.
yeah, that's quite... It's crazy how fast that is as well. So what happened there is obviously the voice got turned into a text request.
Very impressive.
So what I do is first of all, I say to the AI, I say to OpenAI, here was what was requested.
See, that's like more advanced than like Google's own apps.
Yeah,
In
it's
my
pretty...
opinion.
It's pretty fun. When it works, it's great, but then it doesn't always work. I think the worst part of this is the speech recognition, because it mishears me a lot, and then I get like really bad results because it mishears me so much. But yeah, until I get a better free speech detection, I'm kind of stuck with what I've got.
Freedom Dow asks, have you tried Whisper? It's
Yeah,
an
I think
I used.
Yeah, I think that one. I tried to actually. I think that one I could never get working. I could never get hold of Whisper for whatever reason. I tried one that had a free trial, but it was worse than Google's. I can't remember what that one was called. It was worse than Google's Chrome browser, and it kind of needs to be one that's completely free, because, like, no,
I
like
have
I'll
a
end up
link.
using it all day. Yeah, I could give it a go. Is it free though? Or at least free to use like for hours and hours every single day? Because I don't make any money off the stream or anything, so I'm kind of, yeah, I always have to go for like free.
Yay, it's free.
Free
and
or
really,
cheap.
really good. HTTPS posted a link.
Let's have a look, because I've definitely looked for Whisper before, but last time, it was a while ago when I last looked for it. Does it run on Python? Yeah, I've also managed to see that was a good learning thing for me as well. So some of his functions, he has like a built. This is quite cool as well. He has a built-in screen reader. Like, so some stuff Unity won't handle. So what I did is I've learned how to get Unity to run Python scripts in the background, and then it will pull information that the Python scripts send to like a folder on my hard drive, and it will work on that. So a good example on that is this. Assistant.
Y'all, this is Python. I have some examples I made a while ago I have to dig up, but basically you pip install, then it'll be workable.
Oh, that should be pretty easy. Okay, that was a delayed response. He's going to reply to that now. Yeah, you can see my speech recognition is running slowly. Is it because Unity's stealing all the resources? Probably.
Boo. A delayed response, but still on point. Timing is everything, right? Open mouth smile 3 o'clock. Boo. Fast or slow, as long as we're having a conversation, it's all good. Left speech bubble rocket. Boo. No resource stealing here. Just keeping the chat lively and engaging. Robot speech balloon.
Let's see if I can get something for it to read. Let's run about.
Boo. Sounds like a plan. Let's keep the stream rolling with some interesting content to read. Books, video game.
End conversation. Right. Okay, I needed to do that so that he doesn't reply to everything I say.
Then that fixed all of it. Lol, the model listens almost like a human would now.
Yeah, it'll be if this works better than the Google one, it's going to be great because the worst part of him is him mishearing me a lot. But I've done two screen reader things in here. One's pretty cool, so I can just copy stuff to the clipboard and then say read this, and he'll just read whatever's in the clipboard. So that's quite cool. If I just want like a paragraph, but he's actually got, and it's great for video games. He's actually got what he does, if I say start reading, he'll I run a Python script which takes a screenshot.
Hey, this one worked really good, but needs that. Is this coherent? Buffer. Take more time, but not really using GPT-4o mini model so quick. And chunking.
Yeah, so I can say start reading, and then a Python script takes a screenshot. I send the screenshot to Google. I can't remember what it's called. The Google OCR one. What do they call that? I forgot what it's called now. Then he picks that up, and then he gets the text and starts reading it out. So it's really cool. It's quite fast as well. So any text can be on my screen, and he'll just start reading it to me, which is really cool. So when you're playing a game and you get like some big massive wall of like text from like, I don't know, an NPC or something, or a book in the game, I'll just say start reading, and then I close that, and then I just keep playing the game, and he reads it to me.
We have an intelligent chunking method that will shrink it down depending upon the messages and sort of use two methods to determine chunks, then ship to OpenAI to determine activation.
Right, has he got errors in this new version of Unity? But yeah, I thought it was super cool. Once you add TTS, it's like Alexa, but a billion times better. Okay, right. Here's my crazy ass, messy ass project. Okay, they're just the assistant visuals, systems. Okay, they're just the assistants. Moderation. There's so many systems in here now, it's actually ridiculous. That's the thing that hears me through Google engine. That's his speech engine that I made myself. That uses Google Cloud, actually. Yeah, that uses Google Cloud.
Whisper Def work for this though.
Yeah, the only downside is if it's running
I am sure someone has plugins for Unity.
Yeah, that would be better than running it through Python in the background. We can do it that way, but then it becomes an issue of dumping the text, figuring out what text was already collected. It's like a whole nightmare. I can do it, but it's like, and it has a bit more of a delay on it. But if I can do the API calls directly in Unity, which I should be able to do with some basic documentation, and do it all through Unity, it make things much easier.
HTTPS posted a link.
Yeah, I think I downloaded it already, didn't I? I might have got distracted. I think that's what I was on.
I think may run full stack in Unity.
Oh, here we go. Whisper Unity. Oh, this is probably what I want. Yeah, this is probably what I want. Yeah, I won't look at it yet though. I will unzip it though.
Yay, see this run locally. Also, Whisper doesn't use a lot of RAM, so it's really ideal.
Where did that folder go? Services. I need to be in. What was that file called? I got way too much in my downloads folder. Oh, there's the zip. Extract all. Right, there we go. Yeah, I just wanted to have a look at my API request because it's been a while since I worked on it. See if I can remember exactly what we send to it. Where the hell does it go?
Will it even work in Visionos?
That's my moderation. That's my audio manager.
That's impressive. They have a heck of a repo there.
Services. Oh, I'll be in services. OpenAI. Here we go. Chatbot. Yeah, there we go.
It works in everything except WebGL.
Yeah, 3.5 turbo. So I have the temperature set to 0.7. Yeah, he has... I'll tell you what else is quite nice. I've got a little interjection system as well. So what he'll do is he'll pick a random number to sort of interject. So you see all the text that comes up at the bottom of the screen as well. So he's constantly getting that as well. So what he'll do... but he's programmed not to interrupt me when I'm speaking. So when I'm quiet for a while and playing a game, if I don't speak again the next time he's triggered to interject, I'll send a request to API to say, okay, comment on something that recently was said. And I send him what I was said and what chat said and everything. And it'll sometimes come back with some interesting stuff. So it just seems like he's sort of like, sometimes he's starting a conversation, you know, and it's...
I love that type of design.
Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, so he's my API request here, look. Yeah, so this is the what I'm saying. So I send him information on what I've been saying recently. That's his history. So the last few interactions with him, I send him those. And if it's an active query, like a question or something, I send that. Yeah, so I have like different areas of information that I can send him. Yeah, it's pretty fun. He works pretty well. I'm pretty pleased with how he turned out, to be honest. Yeah, I'll have a look at that Whisper at some point. At least that's updated now. Whew. Yeah, hopefully that Whisper works better, because it is kind of awkward when he mishears me sometimes. Right, let's have a look. I wanted to see if character switch. There we go. Inputs. So these look for core systems.
No, who's there? Boo, here to bring the laughter.
Oh yeah, he's got a joke book as well. He's got thousands of jokes that I just ripped off the internet. So every now and again he'll tell a random joke. You know what's really annoying about the chatbot though? Sometimes, so like I said, sometimes I'll send a request, just say, you know, things are a bit quiet, you know, say something interesting. I have like random things that it will pick. And if it gets asked to tell a joke, it always tells the same joke if it's the chatbot, which is, why did the Scarecrow get a promotion? Because he was outstanding in his field. It's always that joke, and I'm like, the amount of times I hear that joke is just insane, and I don't know why that is. It's like, what does it? I know it knows more than one joke, but it always tells that same joke. It's really weird. So that joke's become a bit of a joke on the screen, bit of a meme in the stream now, because we've heard it that many times, and I've tried my hardest to stop it from telling that joke, and it just won't. It still tells that joke all the time. It's so funny. So that's why I gave him a joke book, because if I ask the chatbot to tell a joke, it's always the same joke. So that one came from like a random joke book instead, so that it's a bit more varied. Right, does that work now? Oh, wait, I'm still... Oh, yeah, I suppose it would, wouldn't it? Core systems is still trying to load everything. Oh. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. God, it's been a while now. Now I'm going to try to figure out how... How is Core Systems loading the level? Definitely wasn't log. Don't think it's probably through system. It's probably through this script, I would think. Yeah, it's got scene management reference. Load scene. Yeah, there we go. So what I might need to do is give it a separate version it can use. So if we do a public bool, what should I call it? I'll just say do not load, which should be default false. If not, do not load. Then load that. There we go. I couldn't find it. Alright. Is it working? I think it is because I already saw it change to... Yeah, it's changed to light scheme. Okay, but it's not detecting input shifts. So it thinks I'm in keyboard and mouse even when I'm using gamepad. Interesting. That's character icons, character inputs, UI control icon. So it should be going through core systems and getting the system manager. It should be looking on system control.scheme. Okay. Okay, these things are really annoying because they're pushing this down. I wonder if there's any way to move that. Yeah, that's really annoying if I need to click on stuff. I mean, it's because she's spawning elements. Okay. Okay, so it should be system control scheme. So we're in database. Where are we? God damn it, I haven't looked at any of this in so long. Right, there we go. It's in keyboard and mouse. Okay, it's still stuck in keyboard and mouse. Huh. Is that supposed to be the current scheme, though? Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what it is. Yeah, so when I was building it in the empty scene, I think I was looking for player input somewhere else. So private player input, player input. Player input equals get component player input. Yeah, so there is a player input control on here, but now for this level test we have a player input, I guess on player. Yeah, it's on player. What happens if I disable that one? Okay, now it's detecting control scheme shifts, but our character doesn't move because it's using that player input instead. Okay, so what we're going to need to do is figure out whether we're in a playable level or not, I guess. And if we're in a playable level, we want to get player input off player and disable that player input. Okay. So how can we know that? Probably by getting like the scene name or something. So let's try debug.log and see if we can get the scene name. Scene manager. We don't have scene manager on this. Set active scene. What else have we got? Get scene. Get active scene. Dot name. There we go. Alright, let's check it. So basically, as long as it's not load, I think. So now it should get the active scene, which is dungeon in this test. So we should see dungeon appear when we press play. And then we can divert that. Yeah, dungeon. Perfect. Okay, so let's do that as a string. And then here we can say if current scene is not load, lowercase I think it is, else. Right, so it's working perfectly now if it is load, so we can just do p input equals get component p input. Else, we want to say get component p input, player input, enabled equals false. So switch it off. And then we need to get the actual player input on the player, so we can do game objects. Well, actually, first we need to do p input equals game object find player get components player input. Beautiful. Alright, that should work fine. And that should let us detect our control scheme switching whilst maintaining control of the player. Ah, we got a null reference. Okay, what's wrong? What is wrong with you? Control icon, system control, get action icon light, action. That's not where the error's coming from, you're lying to me. Control line 134. Control 134. Return texture equals set root dot transform dot find child name get component control image dot icon. Yeah, either way, it's trying to pull the control icons in that's giving us a problem. But why? Right, let me just get away from those elements because it's jumping up and down in the inspector, which is annoying. So on core systems, we indeed disabled player input. So that shouldn't interfere with our control scheme anymore. I still don't understand. System control, get action icon light, action. Control line 134. So this is where the request is made. No, it's not. I don't understand how changing the player input causes this error. Am I crazy thinking that I didn't see this error before making this change? Was it? Where even was it? It's not in here, is that? Oh my god, I can't remember where it was. It was probably this one. I seem to remember adding it here. I said scene name. I don't even think it was this one. Let's find out. Apparently I only refer to scene name in this script. Okay, we know it's not in that one. Here it is. I called it current scene, that's why I couldn't find it in search. Okay, I just want to know if that is what's... Just override it. If that is what's causing the new errors. Because that doesn't make any sense. We're not even using player input to get the control scheme icons. Are we? Yeah, it's happy now. It's happy now. That is really strange. So something about changing the player input at the start of the level really upsets our input icon return system. Yep. Right, so here we make the request of system.control.getActionIconLight. Get action icon light. And on control line 134, which is in this function here, it's when it gets to return texture equals set root. What is set root? Set root is the root of the icons, which is here. Light icons, dark icons. So that should be fine. .transform.find child name. Child name equals active control display name. Okay, let's re-enable this debug.log and see what it's actually looking for. I don't understand how player input affects that. That doesn't make sense. Unless I'm missing something. Okay, oh, that's interesting. So it's got the correct input name, but it looks like root is empty. Set root is empty. Maybe because scheme isn't being detected. Scheme equals player input. Oh, I bet this script isn't taking player input through system control. Ooh, I'm glad I spotted that then. No, but it is, because this is where we override it as well. Yeah, so because current scene name was not load, our P input should be referencing player.get component player input. Right. There are different versions of the player input system. No, this is the thing. I'm wondering if it's a discrepancy between versions. Let's take a look at our player input again. We do have... No, it looks the same to me. Default scheme, any. Oh, no, I'm remembering something about this. No, this... Okay, I had this bug when I first made this thing. Okay, it's weird, right? But sometimes player input has... Oh my god, I've got to think back to like 3 weeks ago. I had this problem when I first set it up. Because ChatGPT was like, well, yeah, just use the fucking current input. Right, it's something in settings, but we're using... No, because we're using the same settings, so it can't be in settings. This is really weird. So I know what the problem is. This is the problem that I had when I first introduced the system. When I first tried to do this tool. Is you'll notice that I'm missing on player input the current scheme name, which is how we figure out what scheme the player is currently in. Now, that scheme name is in the default player inputs. Well, I don't know where it is, but we managed to get it eventually on our core systems default scheme. Wait, no, we fucking don't. That's the problem. Wait, no, I'm mistaken. Oh my god, I'm going out of my mind. I'm going out of my mind. Am I going out of my mind? I think I'm going out of my mind. Okay, maybe I'm mistaken. Well, they have changed this thing many, many times. So I think the issue is it used to be a publicly exposed field, and now it's not, and I think that's what's confusing me. But ours, to be fair, ours looks pretty much the same in player. So it's not what I thought it was, in that it just doesn't have that field available. Okay, let's just backtrack a little bit. So what we need to know is we're obviously returning a null root here. So scheme should equal player input, which is control.player input, which we changed, dot current control scheme. So what I want to know is, what is that returning? This is so weird. So it's just returning null. I am so confused. I am so confused. Okay, so is... It doesn't have a name property. Is our player input reference somehow null? Okay, give me your parent name. This is baffling. It's a null reference, so yeah, definitely a null reference. I literally can't find it. I know exactly what that is. That's the line we just added. Yeah. Yeah, so player input is null? What? Oh, player input. Oh, you motherfucker. So we've got a private player in. Ah, we've repeated ourselves. What a dumbass. Okay, it does need to be public so that other systems can get it. But I accidentally... Okay, what a fucking idiot. I don't know why I did that. I had it referenced twice, one privately, one publicly, and we're referring to the wrong one when we said it. Yeah, okay. P input does not exist in the existing context. Scheme equals player input. Okay, silly careless mistake. Okay, that explains why it was being weird. So it shouldn't need. We don't need that. We don't need that, and we don't need that either. There we go. That should be fine. It should be fine now. It should be okay. Now, once these icons change, this... I'll admit the past 2 hours have not really moved much in terms of the game development itself. It's still not working. And if you're watching right now, you might be thinking... There's also something weird going on as well. Since I updated to the latest version of Unity 6, how to download free games in the laptop, free games, Google free games, I don't know. Depends what you mean by free games. There's a lot of games out there. It depends what game you want. Things still aren't working. Also, I don't know how long ago that was posted. That could have been a long time ago. Isn't Boo running now? Boo should have read that to me. I guess Boo's not happy with YouTube right now. Where is my current control scheme? DSG. Okay, so even though we don't have any errors, our scheme is not auto switching. Actually, you know what's interesting? What's interesting is our keyboard functionality just died for the game as well. So that's interesting. Not really, it's kind of a pain in the ass. Because we've got it set to any scheme and we've got it set to auto switch. So I don't know why it's not. I don't know why it's not working. There's none of those. What the fuck is happening? Okay, so we fixed the bug. We fixed the bug with our core system figuring out which control scheme we were using. But somehow we broke auto switch control schemes within the player input system itself. But that's weird because I didn't change anything in there. So I don't know why it suddenly broke. Okay, maybe Unity is just being Unity. Let me just come out and go back in. This is very odd. Very odd. Just close some of these scripts. Way too many of those on. Yeah, Boo's been very quiet. Mind you, I think he does have a bug. Is once, yeah, I do realise this. Once I've interacted with him once. 17 erected within once. Jesus Christ, that's disgusting. That's too many. Any more than 10, it's just too many. Less erections, please. Okay, I'll restart him and he should be fine. Yeah, I'll be honest, like I know he's got bugs, I just can't be asked to fix them.
Welcome to the PlayCompile live stream. I will be your friendly AI assistant. Let's get started.
Yeah. Well, I don't really use the reason why as well is that like the novelties wore off and I just don't really use his chatbot that often anymore. But yeah, it is a bug I should fix at some point. Like once I've like voice interacted with him, he just stops functioning. So there'll be a fucking line of code somewhere that I need to change. I just can't be asked to fix it. I've moved on. I'm doing games now. But yeah, I probably should at some point. But I think the reason I haven't is because I don't really use it. I just don't use that much anymore. So it's like, yeah, do I really care? Not right now. I'll get to it at some point. Alright, let's try it now. What if we go straight into keyboard? Yeah, keyboard functionality has completely died. So where do we go from here, you might be wondering. Well, first thing I want to know. There's a couple of things I want to know. If I hard set it as keyboard and mouse, it still doesn't work. Also it says inputs clone. Doesn't seem to make any difference. How very odd. Because gamepad's still working, so you would think that if one thing breaks, they both would, but only the I suppose we've still got auto switch set, and this is only default scheme. This isn't like the current scheme. This is just what it's supposed to default to. What if I remove the component for player input? Does that fix anything? No. Oh my god, it's so bizarre. I am very confused. The mappings are still there. They're set to the correct scheme. Okay, let's do something crazy. Oh, this is a bit risky though. Let me just back this up again. See, really, I don't like, now that we're getting core systems back into our like levels now, I don't like the fact that we're repeating ourselves. Like, I don't think it's a good idea to have 2 player inputs and to sort of swap between them. So I think really what I should have done in hindsight is I should have brought core systems in earlier at the very start of this, and I should have pulled everything from core systems in the beginning. But I was nervous about doing it. I was a little bit nervous about doing it, but now I'm paying the price. Let it finish backing up. 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 It's almost there. It's my first ever live service game. There's bound to be hiccups. It's the first time. There's a lot of firsts for me here. First time ever using a core systems. Then I wanted to go one further and make it a freaking online service game. That's 2 big firsts I've never done before. They're quite big. So we're just struggling. I don't know if struggling is the right word. Struggling is a bit too harsh of a word. I wouldn't say we're struggling, but we are slightly it's a bit too big. That feels better. Yeah, slightly confused maybe as to how to make sure this all gets synchronized and connected correctly. Okay, so my temptation now is to go in. We're gonna revert back to our. I'm gonna go back to relying on my core systems. Sure what that was actually. Oh, I do know what that was. Yeah, I do know what that was. That was for, yeah, you wouldn't have that in a level. Yeah, that was my breadcrumbs. I forgot about that. God, I've done so much in this. It's crazy. The breadcrumb system, I forgot about that. Okay. It's just some of these messages are so funny though. Gaincon GF Loon. How to download free games on laptop. Laptop to Pro. Okay, so in our control script, I'm going to take that. We still want the do not load version, but that's in system. I'm going to take this out though. So we're going to revert back to using the built-in, but also I'm curious whether that I'm also curious if that's going to fix the icons or not. Yeah, that's weird. That does fix the icons. I wonder, mind you, what it might be, you know, is if we look at the icon logic, it's maybe it's not getting player input through system control that way. We could check them actually. I'm just curious now, but I think I do want it to be consistent like that. I don't know. This could end up being a nightmare, you know. Why can't I find anything? There it is. Let's have a look at this code again. So it's using the string of system control scheme. So it could be that system control scheme is not updating off of the player input reference. It is. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of weird. But okay, to be fair, we probably shouldn't have two player inputs anyway. We should probably take player input with us and keep it on core. But what that means now is I'm going to need to teach character player. I'm going to need to teach these built-in scripts like third-person controller. Right, you see here it says required component player input. That's no longer true. And what we need to do is where it says player input, private player input, player input, there we go, player input equals get component player input. This now wants to say game object find call get component ctrl player input. Non-invocable member control player input cannot be used like a method. Oh yeah. Yeah, true. Okay. Does that fix everything? Let's find out. Okay, we got a starter asset package is missing dependencies. No, we can ignore that. That was part of the if statement. We can ignore that. Yeah, we can ignore that, actually. But no, sadly, the player's not moving. So the good news is our icons are working. The bad news is our player ain't fucking moving. Okay, so that should have fixed any reference to player input. This is it returning keyboard and mouse. This is its auto switch function. Yeah. Yeah, that seems fine. That does seem fine. But it's still not working. Don't really know why. Okay, keep digging. We don't use this We might want to use it at some point though, so I'll leave it. Eventually we plan on removing this, but for now I'm just going to leave it disabled. Starter assets inputs might rely on it.
What specific aspect of software and game development are you currently working on?
I'm trying to fix my broken ass shit. Why is the two of these open now? What is happening? Why? Why did you load that? Okay, let me just close both of these. I don't understand what is happening. I don't fucking know. I don't know why there's two. I don't know why there's fucking two of these. Shut up. Oh, Visual Studio, man. It opened, well, you saw it, right? It opened a second instance, and that's fucking annoying, because I don't know. I honestly don't even know what version of the script I ended up fucking saving there. I didn't change anything. But it started fucking moaning that, oh, line endings aren't correct, blah, blah, blah. Do you want me to fix them? I'm like, yeah, whatever. And then I tried to save the fixed line endings version. But for whatever, it opened in a different fucking instance, so I don't fucking know. Well, it's not complaining about line endings. Is there any reference to player input on here? I don't think there is. That's on control. That should now be correct. Apparently that's every reference to player input. This is why I was nervous about bringing core systems in, by the way. Okay. It's still not working. Now, I don't trust Visual Studio to find every reference to that script. It won't be in scripts. It's something in starter assets. So here's what we can do. In starter assets, we can look for player input and just make sure that in our options we are searching included content of files. Search file names and content is ticked. According to this, mobile disable auto switch controls. Third person controller. We already changed it in here. Here. We tell it to get the player input through core systems. But it seems like the thing was designed from the ground up to work with a player input, because they literally put in the script requires type of player input, and so I think something else somewhere else behind the scenes is fucking our shit up. So I don't know if it's a good idea to try and force it to use the one on core systems or not. That would be the same script again, wouldn't it? Wait, I didn't see it. There it is. Yeah, that's the same script again. That is the one that we're using. I don't know. I don't really see anything that should cause that to break, but I don't really know. What's this? Just animation states and shit. We don't even use those. While we're at it, let's just take out everything we don't need. Give a shit about armature materials. Don't give a shit about the models. We'll keep these sound effects, although we're not actually hearing these. Textures, armatures, shit. Couldn't give a shit. Which means the only meta we need is SFX. Prefabs. Scenes, we don't give a shit about. We don't want that. Scripts. Environment, arts, prefabs, we don't care about any of that. I checked this before, but let me just check it again. I have a feeling I might have to put it back. Is that also I feel like I've been here before. I'm getting the weirdest deja vu. But since I've never done a core system before, there's no way I could have been in this exact situation before. But this feels really deja vu to me for some weird reason. And also there was a script somewhere. A basic camera, simple camera controller. That's not mine. I don't know where that came from. Get rid of that. Our prefab test is over. Resulted in pain and misery. Okay. Let's load back into it. I refuse to be beaten. Because I don't know, I feel like it would just be nicer to just have one player input that sits on core. And we don't get confused. And it just runs off of that. But it doesn't seem to want to work that way, does it? I haven't changed anything, so it should still be broken. Fucking goddamn it. I don't understand why though, because player input doesn't have to be anywhere. It's just a component. You could pull it from anywhere you fucking want. And given that I already referenced it on the third person controller elsewhere, I don't know why that would cause problems. We still have the original player input on here. If I re-enable it, does it just start working again? Yeah. Keyboard's still broken though. So it's not fully working, but gamepad works. It's very bizarre. And also our control scheme doesn't switch, because our icons are expecting the player input on core systems, so it makes sense that my icons don't work. What doesn't make sense is why target switch isn't working either. I wonder if that means my inputs aren't... maybe it's not using my input map right now. I mean, it's using a clone of my input map, apparently. This is so fucking weird.
Have you tried adjusting the settings or checking for any updates?
Shut up. Why did I turn him on? Checking for any updates. Have you tried switching it off and back on again? Shut the fuck up. Yeah, okay, this is really weird. I don't think it is using my inputs because my character switch buttons aren't working either. Now you might be thinking, yeah, so how are you fucking moving around then, you dipshit? Well, because the left analog stick is like a really... The left and right analog sticks are very common inputs, right? And so it feels like some other control scheme. Hi and yeah for swearing. It feels like some other control scheme might have these mapped already. But given that most of my inputs aren't working, I don't even think it is using my input map right now. Even though it says it is. Well, it says it's using a clone of it. This is really weird. Also, why is the two capsule colliders in there? Oh, because one is a trigger. Yeah, I remember now. I don't actually use that one. This is very odd. I am so confused. Like, I would expect it to not work at all. Or fully work. But the fact that it seems like it's almost half working, which is really weird. It just makes me think that it's not using my actual input map. Okay, where do I go from here? Oh. I actually don't know. We're in this really weird situation. It's like if I use the built-in player input for the starter assets third-party character controller, I lose access to my control scheme, my custom control scheme system. But that's kind of weird. That makes me feel like it broke before then. I need to find out. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna load an old version of this project, because I want to know whether although it doesn't publicly expose the control scheme anyway, does it? But I guess I could just drop a text box and then say what it is. That's true. I want to know whether that built-in input system's character controller has ever worked. Let me load last night's backup. Yeah, last night should be fine. Alright, I'm going to load last night's backup, which is this one. Because I kind of feel like it never really, that function's never really worked on that player input. So maybe the fact that it's not working now has absolutely nothing to do with my core systems version, and it's just another issue, like, I don't know, a Unity 6 bug or something. It would be helpful to know which it is. If it works perfectly in here, then I think the best way forward is to divert the player input onto the player character when it's a playable level, and find a way to fix my input system switcher. I can't even figure out how why either of those bugs are happening in either direction. feel like I'm missing a piece of the puzzle. Are you ever gonna load for me? Are you ever gonna load my scene? Probably not. Oh, here we go. Okay, so the player input isn't exposed on this version of the player input system, but what we can do, we could do it on third person controller. Let me grab a text control real quick. I'll do. Input test. It would still need to be in here, wouldn't it? Oh, I need UI. Oh, fuck you, Unity. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what's wrong. They're using namespaces, so it might be that it can't see or speak to the thing outside of its own namespace, because I think that's kind of supposed to be the whole point of a namespace. Could it be that simple? I've looked at that so many times and I'm just like, yeah, whatever. You're using namespaces. Good for you. Good for you, Unity. But now that I actually think about it, that probably would stop it from seeing anything outside of its own namespace. Okay, is starter assets using the same namespace? It is, right. Piss off. We don't want namespaces where we come from. Not for this project. Beautiful. Okay, you are now no longer part of that namespace. Congratulations. You are free. You may graze on those fields like a free-range cow. Merry Moomus. Merry fucking Moomus. Right. And what about you? Starter assets. Ha! Starter assets! Why do you just make me sound like a fucking toddler? Baby's first starter assets. Jesus Christ. Why don't you put some fucking crayons in with it? Give me a fucking teddy bear to stop me from crying when it doesn't work. I fucking need one of those. Right. This is ridiculous. Alright, Unity. I don't know who you think you are. And now we rub our hands together. We pray to the gods. Please, Lord on high. All who is graceful, all who is right, all who is holy. Please, please, please. It still doesn't work. Why? It's double sanity check it. Okay, I'm ready to kill somebody now. Force it to use the input system. Hold its head down. Don't let it come up for air. What was that? You motherfucker. You sneaky bastards. Trying to sneak that in there. Some kind of sneaky little golem. Licking all the doorknobs. Alright. Speaking of knobs, this thing's a fucking knob, it won't work. Oh my god, I want to die. I don't know why it won't let me use another player input. It's very obnoxious of it. What happens if we remove that one completely? Yeah, I don't know how they're doing it. The only other thing I could try to do... We already did this though, didn't we? Not that one. God, not that one. It's not in there, you wally. Weird. No, because we unpacked the prefab as well, so it's not like... I was thinking, could there be like an alternative version of a script inside of a prefab so that the changes that we've made don't actually affect... Nah. Cinemachine pipeline is deprecated. Did you see a doctor? I'm going out of my mind here. Yeah, we tried to tackle it from this direction. It's not looking promising, is it? I cannot understand why that won't work. It shouldn't care where the player input comes from. Input equals get components starter assets inputs. So first of all, let's see what happens if I put put some text there, and I want it to say what the control scheme is. So this version only has the one on, yeah, this version only has the one on core right now. We seriously have no update in here. I was going to say, I don't have a reference to it. Oh, this is where it says, is this also the reason why it won't let me do the reference? Or is it like a static or something? Oh, it's a mono behavior. Oh my god, I wish I could spell. I'm actually, okay, I'm starting to go on my mind now. I just want to understand how it works. Yeah, it does let, okay, interesting, it does let me put the thing in now. Alright, let's see what it comes back with. Yeah, so this is the thing, this is our system. Yeah, our system is recognizing input switching, auto switch perfectly. So why the hell won't its inputs? Another thing also is that would make, it would also make the input reference redundant, right? Where's the input map reference? And I think that was on player, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I wasn't on the dungeon map? I forgot about that. Please work. Please work. Fuck. Oh, for a minute there, I thought that was going to be it. Also, is everything enabled? Switch maps. How the frick do I change action maps? But please explain to me like I'm stupid. Ensure you have multiple action maps first. G. We can use a string there. Action map name. Just fuck it, that's all I wanted. Switch current action map. Wrong. Player input. So we do it through player input. Interesting. That's why I couldn't find it. I mean, this doesn't fix it anywhere. But it might be that it wanted to be enabled as well. Yeah, I want to make sure I got the fucking capitals and the small letters the right way around. We'll try it, but I don't think it's gonna work. Oh, this is driving me insane! Why won't it... It's referencing a different player input. Why would it fucking care if it's actually an attached component locally or not? I don't understand what its fucking problem is. I really don't understand what its problem is. Can't see any of the cameras. Could that be why it's not working? Nope. I don't know. I need a break. My stream's been probably the most boring it's ever been for the past couple of hours. But like, I need to solve this problem one way or another. And I just don't understand why the starter assets third party controller is so temperamental and fussy about where its player input component comes from. It's one of those things where I get super frustrated and stubborn because I just don't understand the problem. And when I don't understand the problem, I go crazy trying to figure it out because like I like to understand things. And this one I don't understand. I don't understand what its issue is. I don't see where it could be having issues, but clearly it is. Now, what happens if we use the built-in player input controller thing that like comes as part of the prefab for the third person controller? Then the controller works, but our input auto switch function seems to break. Didn't I already send it to a different component? I think I did. Yeah, when I referenced... Yeah, I did. That was my first attempt at solving the problem. Is I re-referenced it in my control systems and said, okay, if it's not going through the loading screen, then grab the input from player. And it just didn't work. It wasn't detecting scheme switches. But actually, I think I might know why. Now, the more I think about it, actually, because I gave these schemes custom names. Because I wanted one for Xbox, one for DualSense. So I basically did -- keyboard, KBM for keyboard and mouse. And then, well, that's actually how it's set up in there. But yeah, no, the actual scheme names as well. There we go. KBM, DSG, and XIG for keyboard, mouse, DualSense or DualShock gamepad, and X input gamepad is what they stand for. But if I look at starter assets inputs, or one of these scripts somewhere has similar code, but it's returning like default names, which is like keyboard and mouse or something. So maybe if I make those schemes line up with my scheme names, I can have everything working, potentially. But I am going to have to do this tricky little thing where I'm figuring out which player input system to use. Yeah, that might be the solution, actually. The more I think about it, that could be why it wasn't detecting scheme switch changing, because somewhere in the input system, I can't remember where it is. I think it's this one. No, it's not that one.
Why did the developer go broke? Because they used up all their cash.
Okay, you didn't tell the scarecrow joke, and that didn't come from the joke book, so I'm actually quite impressed with that one. And you made it relevant to what we're doing. Good job. Where the hell is the scheme switching? Anyway, it's in here somewhere. I need a break. Clearly I'm starting to lose my mind. Yeah, like here, okay? Is current device mouse? If it is, then return current control scheme equals keyboard and mouse. What I probably need to do is make these actually fit my... But yeah, no, I still don't really... Yeah, this goes off input current control scheme. Because the way I thought I made it work, here's how I thought I made it work, right? Is I'm pretty sure I didn't change any of the default scripts that came from starter assets, but I built my own stuff on top of it. So I basically look to see what they say the control scheme is in their language, and then I apply my own language, like, naming schemes on top of that. I don't think I fucked with any of their original, like, wording or anything, which means that my script should still be able to figure out what input scheme we're on. Where do I set those fucking names? Or maybe those names are just derived from inputs themselves. God, this is exhausting. Right, because aren't schemes are set up in here somewhere, because I get an option on an input to pick whether I want KBM, DSG or XIG. So I set my scheme names up in the input actions map. Yeah, here, all control schemes. We can add a new control scheme. So the list of control schemes is actually managed from the input action map. So like nothing I've done should be like unexpected for Unity to deal with. It's not like I've gone and changed existing code really in any meaningful way. I'm just trying to figure out, like, I'm just trying to rack my brain and think, what could it be that's stopping this from working? Like, so I'm trying to think of every single thing that I've done up to this point with these control schemes to wonder if is it something that I've done that's stopping this from working. And that came across my mind. Could it have something to do with the scheme names? But yeah, no, I mean, it wouldn't make sense, would it? Given the control schemes themselves are actually defined in the input action map system. So as long as we're using my input action maps, and that's the other thing, I'm not convinced that we are. But yeah, move and look. So when it was working before, but it was only doing gamepad. But even that doesn't make sense. Like I cannot figure any of this out. What, like, the behavior that I've been getting since bringing core systems into my project, and now trying to like make them work together. I cannot explain how any of the things that are happening is happening, because even when it, remember when it was working on gamepad and I said, but none of my other buttons were working, right? But only gamepad was. And I'm like, okay, well, it's probably because there's a common, like, those are common mappings, right? And that's true, right? Because basically, right, I have my own inputs that are set up here, right? Which I brought with me. And I made sure it worked with that. But the input system itself comes with default inputs. So if I go... Well, no, it's already deleted from this one as well, to be honest. I would need to import it as a new thing. But it comes with a different input map. And the one thing it does have in common... No, I remember now. I copied the controls into Dungeon. Yeah, so basically the default input map, I remember now. Because I was like, ooh, can I copy and paste these? And when I saw that I could, it was like, oh, well, that saved me some time. So I copied the default moves, which was move, look, jump, and sprint. And the rest of these are mine. So move, look, jump, and sprint were copied from the original input action asset that came with the third-person character controller, and I pasted them into my Dungeons map. So these are exactly how they're supposed to be set up for the third-person controller out of the box. So yeah, as long as we're in that Dungeons map and whatnot, like I just can't see how this isn't working. Just fucking in case. Just in case something else is changing the map on me. Or something's disabling it. Let me just put that in update as one last final cry for help. Because... yeah, outside of that, I just don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I just want it to make sense at this point, to be honest. Yeah, still nothing. And unless I broke the physics somehow by like deleting armatures and animations and all that other shit, well, let me just test this as one other next thing. What happens if I add a player input with its well, pretty much its default settings to the thing? Okay, now we get a null reference exception. What's that null reference exception? Yeah, it's that again. This is the other thing that's really weird. This is beyond me. Like, why does change? Oh, I remember now. This was the first issue that I was getting before. Yeah, like for some reason it absolutely hates having two player inputs, and it breaks my icon retrieval system for the current active input scheme, which is really weird. So I think if I disable this one now and then run it, it'll probably be fine. But like, those things aren't really supposed to be related to each other. Wait, what's this? Okay, that's, yeah, these are the codes. These are the errors from, no, that's not even the right thing. Let me close this. That's the other one that's open. Yeah, now it's got an error with this. I mean, I guess we could hang on a second. Yeah, let me mute that and then say player input equals game object find player get component player input. I wish this made sense. To be honest, I hated Unity's new input system when it first came out. I thought it was so confusing. The documentation was so garbage. It was so awful. And it took me, I'm not even kidding, it probably took me over a year before I started getting comfortable with it. But again, it's just down to like not being very good guides. And eventually I found somebody's example or tutorial or something of a way of doing it. And the way I was using it initially was like not the way it was supposed to be used, and it took me a while to really get grips with it. But now that I thought I fully understood it, now that I mostly understand it, although this isn't really the input system, this is the third person controller that I'm struggling with now. But yeah, like at the end of the day, the point I wanted to make is it is insanely convoluted and very confusing, and the documentation sucks, but once you get used to it, it is actually fucking amazing. It's so good. However, yeah, so now, oh my god, it's all working. No, it's not all working. The mouse, okay, the mouse isn't moving, but look, even the keyboard controls are working now. I don't even know what I did to fix it. So we know what control scheme we're on. Right, the mouse is broken though for camera. I'm not sure why. But the keyboard is moving the character. That's the first time I've seen that in ages. And look, our control scheme icons know what control scheme we're on. Well, that's what the codes in the middle are for. So this is the best I've ever seen it work. Now, I tried that before, so that's really weird. I don't know what I did differently this time. Okay, so I've mostly fixed it. I don't know why the mouse isn't controlling look, though. That's strange. Oh, yeah, looks. Okay, that's really weird. So look is completely broken. Now, okay, this might be a camera issue then, because it asks for the player camera, doesn't it? What if I take camera out? Okay, camera out doesn't work. Okay, weird. We only have one camera we can put in there. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong. I was on the wrong one. Okay, this is the one that's on our core systems. That's why I need to change it on this one. So it probably doesn't have a camera set then. It does have a camera set. Okay, what if we take the camera out? Yeah, look's still broken. I swear to God, this we're halfway there. Why will it not just work? I don't understand. So if I look at the old project, last night's backup, and see what's different about the player input. We had main camera set here. Oh, I know what it is. I think I might know what it is. So yeah, don't forget that our third person controller was told. Our third person controller was told to get player input off core there. But now if we want to use one that's local to us, we just want to get component player input. Does that fix look? Please, please, God, please, please. Please, God. Please, God. Gee, I wonder why I was nervous about bringing my core systems over. I can't imagine. No, it still won't fucking work. I swear to God, I'm going to kill somebody in a minute. I'm actually going to kill somebody. So that... But then that means... That's even weirder, because that means that the reference to player input in relation to the character controller has no bearing on it whatsoever. You saw what happened when we changed it from one that was active to one that was inactive, right? We literally just changed it from the one that's turned off on core to the one that's sitting on this object, and it's made zero difference to the functionality of it whatsoever. So what role is player input even playing in all of this is the question. So the only thing that's not working now is look. Even our character switching is working. So our input map is definitely working. So the only thing broken now is look. Rotating the camera. Even our input icon retrieval system's working properly. And look, okay, look isn't being... Mind you, move's not updating either. Character input values, these aren't being updated. Oh my God, this is so insane. Nothing is making any sense. Like, look at our thing, right? Okay, jump flashed up. Unless those values are updating. Right, the first thing I need to know... Hang on, cursor locked. Cursor input for lock. Yeah, none of those make any difference whatsoever.
Make sure your cursor is properly locked to avoid any unexpected movements during gameplay.
Shut up! I will nut you so hard. On look, if cursor input for look input value get vector 2. Okay, I need to know if cursor input for look. So that's mouse input. I care less about mouse input for now. On look. Look is a vector 2. Right, so basically anything that comes through this means the look is being received, right? Let's see if we have any look. Good one. I have to tell jokes like that or I'll literally jump out of the window. Okay, so input.log, look input was received. The first thing I need to understand is the input getting across? All our inputs seem golden right now. Even my character switch inputs are working. My icon retrieval system's working. We can move both keyboard and gamepad. All of this has been broken all day since we brought fucking core control in. And now it's all working except for look. Okay, the weird thing is there it said look was received, but I think it's because it's the mouse. If I move my mouse. Yeah, the mouse counts as look, you see. And so does the right stick. Yeah, okay, so we know that input is coming through, right? We know that input is coming through. So that means the first half of it is working. So then what happens when... Okay, so we know that's working. Then it says look input value get vector 2. Look equals new look direction. Late input camera rotation if there is an input and camera position is not fixed. If main camera is null on the third person controller itself, well, there's nowhere to set that. Yeah, target should be player camera root, I think. It was on the other version. So I don't think it's that. But something's clearly breaking it. We know that inputs are going through. Wait, did I not save the updated file? What happens if we set player follow camera? That's a different camera. Oh! No, right. I know it's exciting to see that. Okay, what this does is it rotates with the stick. That's one way to do it. Yeah, I hate controls like this. So it's like we can only rotate with the left stick, which is the direction that our character faces in, which means we only ever see the character from behind. So that's... I don't think we ever used this camera. So there are two cameras on here. Okay. So if I disable that, we don't follow the player at all. So they must be playing a role in all of this. So turning that on, and now we follow the player. Disabling the child of it, and nothing really changes. We still can't look. But I noticed that like we're getting these like errors, but I think this was in the version that worked, right? I don't think this has anything to do with why it's not working, but it is probably something I should address at some point. Cinemachine pipeline has been deprecated. Cinemachine third person follow. Body third person follow. Follow player camera route. Look at none. Cinemachine can update your project data automatically. Right, it's already broken, right? Go on, and I'll back it up again. Because I might want to restore from this version if it really breaks things. But not, that's not what I want it to do. It's that one I want to name copy 3. There we go. Now we can copy this one. It's really weird. I wonder how it like. I don't understand how it works. Because once we reference the player inputs to somewhere else, I don't see how that makes any difference. Whether we're reading inputs through player input, you know, on the player, or if we're reading it from some core system elsewhere in the project, I just don't really see how that changes the goddamn thing, to be honest. This is something I'm misunderstanding about how all that works. I don't think this is gonna fix anything, honestly, but I guess we should get rid of these errors and upgrade to the latest versions. Like, we're having to jump through a lot of hoops right now anyway just to fix these issues, right? So I feel like I should probably just upgrade now. I've already got shit sandwiches to eat regardless. So what's another one for the plate? I should have built this on top of core systems right from the start. I knew it, but I was avoiding it because I knew it was going to be a pain in the ass, but I didn't know it was going to be like this. But yeah, I knew it was going to be a pain in the ass. Okay. It's updated it. I don't expect anything to suddenly work. Yeah, now we've got a bunch of null references all over the place. And one of them is txt input test player input current control scheme. So what couldn't you find? The text component or the player input component? Third person controller is on player. Okay, it did lose the text component, so it's probably updated that as well then. Glad I backed it up now. Where the hell is it? Did it just delete my text component? I swear. It fucking did. What the hell? It actually deleted my text component. What even is that? Okay, that's fucking weird and rude. I mean, we know the control scheme switching is working now anyway, so like... Really, this isn't something that I need anymore. But, well, I don't know. I always think that and then I'm shown otherwise. More null references. Now what? We're back to this old chestnut again. I fixed this. Okay, somehow my core systems player input got re-enabled. Am I in the right project? Yeah, because that's the other one. This feels like it feels like it's took me back in time. Okay. Okay, it's exactly the same as it was. Look inputs being received. Yeah, no camera motion whatsoever. Now that's weird. Because if I fake an input... Okay, this is really weird. If I fake a look input in here, the camera rotates.
On Twitch, the ranging order says, "Hey."
Hello, how are you? So it seems like the issue has nothing to do with the camera setup and everything to do with this thing reading the inputs. I have no idea what's going on. That is
The ranging order asks,
odd.
"I went to the doctor's recently, he said. Don't eat anything fatty." I said, "What, like bacon and burgers?" He said, "No." Guess why?
Why? Why? I dread to think.
No, fatty don't eat anything. On that note, you know what? I'm going to go answer my call of nature. Right, I've needed a pee for a while. I'm going to go do it right now. That was a bad joke.
It's not the worst I've heard. I'm used to bad jokes because my little AI guy there, he tells some of them, and oh my god, some of them are so bad. He seems to tell the same joke over and over again, which is, why was the Scarecrow promoted? Because he was outstanding in his field. I mean, it's not a bad joke, but he tells it every day. I'm like, why? Not that joke again. Give me a different one. So yeah, I'm no stranger to bad jokes. Yeah, sorry if I seem a little I've been having a nightmare with this project that I'm doing, and I do not understand what is happening and what's going wrong. So it's kind of making me go a little bit crazy. Okay, what I'm gonna do here, but I do need a P. I need to see what these values are. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say vector2 to string. Okay, the vector2 is new look direction. New look direction to string, so we can see what the values are coming from it. Because essentially, as long as I can get those values into our look system here, and I don't know why it's not doing it. This is so weird. For ages, I've been thinking something so much more fundamentally was broken with it, like the camera system rig was whatever. But it's like the problem seems to be it's just not transmitting the input numbers into the fields anymore, which is good news because once I fix that problem, we can get back on track again. But it's just weird. I don't know. Strange. Okay, I'm gonna go for a P, and then we'll run this and we'll see what it comes back with. I will be right back. All right. Oh god, I needed that. Alright, sorry about that. I did need that though. Yeah, I guess I'm just I'm probably not in the best mood for jokes right now. But oh my god, I just don't understand. Right, first of all, why are we seeing input look was received? Did I forget to hit save? I think I forgot to hit save. Okay, it seems to be receiving the gamepad inputs. Yeah, no, the weird thing is it's receive. Where's it getting 0, 0, 0 from? Okay, I don't know, but we are getting those values right. So the weird thing is, I don't know, I kind of feel like, can't we just say, am I actually going out of my mind right now? Look equals new look direction. What is new look direction? Vector 2 is new look direction. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this is. Look equals. Look is a vector 2. This doesn't even have an update or anything, though, does it? Okay, I don't know what the hell is going on. How did this ever work before? Yeah, no, look equals new look direction. Because I notice what's happening. I wonder if what's happening, right, is... I noticed in the debug there, did you see what was happening? All of the inputs ended with a 0, 0. So maybe what's happening is it's like cancelling out... Like it's basically only ever sending it to 0, 0, 0. The problem with this is it probably means that once you start looking... You're never going to be able to stop again, because it's never going to reset back to 0, 0, 0. But we can fix that. I genuinely don't know what is happening. What the fuck is even going on? It's still not doing it. I'm actually going out of my mind here, you know. I don't understand what is happening. If I put the value in here, right, and I set look to like a 0.1, it rotates the camera as if the player is looking. So what? This isn't making any sense. Because the values are coming in through the input system, right? And we're reading the values correctly. We're telling the values to go in here. But then it's just not doing it. But how does that have anything to do with what we've changed today? Do you know what I mean? This is like the basic functionality. And that's weird, right? Now it's like doing... Why is it so weirdly inconsistent? When I move the mouse, it goes fucking insane. I can't believe how much this is stressing me out. I don't understand why this won't work. Like, we haven't changed any code at all today, except when we've been trying to get the input system to speak to the goddamn character controller again. And we're also trying to get our core systems to work with the icons thing. We finally managed to get it to this point where most of it is working together. But for some weird reason, the entire looking system is just dead. And yet when I put values in here, it like kind of reacts to them. So I can't even begin to understand what the hell is going on. We did back it up recently. What I'm going to do is I'm going to restore the starter assets, character control, all the starter asset stuff. I'm just going to copy it over from my backup from last night. Because like we shouldn't have to change any of this code at all. It should be the default code. I mean, I don't know because I did add some stuff. Oh yeah, but no, from last night, the stuff I added, yeah, the stuff I added should be there. But so it's not really the default because we added a few extra actions to it and stuff. But outside of that, I just can't believe how much this is stressing me out. Fucking hell, this is so ridiculous. I just want it to make sense, and at no point is any of this making any sense. What are you fucking doing, Windows? Oh, thank God. I thought it was fucking giving it a new name then. I was about to scream at it. But it just took a while to ask me. Yes, replace the assets. Let's reload the project. What's this? This is the other one that was open. Let's just close this for now. I don't know what I'm doing with it. Shut up. Okay, that was the wrong one we were trying to load. It's like you finally get things to a point where everything's exactly the way you want it, or for the most part. And then you want to, like, I don't know, connect this one thing to it that's like a really big thing. This is the worst thing about game development, I feel. You make these huge things that are like really complex and you fine tune them and you get them just right. And then sometimes you need to connect some of these big things together and oh my God. Stuff like this can happen and it's just like, what is even fucking happening right now? Let me just hit play and see what happens. So it's exactly the same as it was. Like, what could possibly this is what I'm saying, right? What could possibly break look like this? So again, if I add a value to there, yeah, it starts reacting to it. So it's not like a camera issue or whatever, right? We can move around and the camera will rotate as long as it gets some values in those boxes. How to make yourself dizzy. I'm absolutely... My brain is destroyed from this. My brain is actually destroyed from this. The inputs are being received. The inputs hold values. We tell the inputs to go to move. I'm just not... But what? Why is any of that? How is any of that affected by what we've done today? Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't even see where it connects. It's like you paint your windows on the house that you're building, right? And the fucking stairs collapse. And you're like, okay, what happened to the stairs? What did you do to the stairs? Like, I was nowhere near the stairs. I was painting the window all day. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, it's not even connected. It really isn't. The only thing we've changed with this entire thing is we've been pissing around trying to get the player input system. We basically have two big systems, right? We have this system that we built, which is the level, and we have our core systems, which is like the game driver stuff. And we've just been trying to get one or the other to have the player input and for the other one to be able to work with it. That's all we've done. So how that affects... How that can affect this stuff is completely beyond me. It's completely beyond me. Just out of curiosity, what happens if we turn core systems off completely? Because maybe something in core systems is interfering with it. Oh my god, I can't believe it. It's something in my core systems. Okay, at least we know now. It's working. Okay, that's fucking weird. What the hell is causing that then? Okay,
Great to hear it's working now. Keep up the good work.
Shut up. We're not that close. It's not time to celebrate yet, believe me. We've got to figure out what the fuck is breaking it now. So even though it's turned off, is it possible that the player input component on our core systems is still somehow interfering with it? Or you know what it could be? Okay, there is maybe something that it could be. No, not really. Because we haven't got it open, but I do have like input mappers and all this like fancy stuff with the UI in settings, right? And at one point I think I disable, but that happens when these things open up, right? If you go into settings, if I go into settings, I will disable No, it's still broken. That's actually good news. I know that seems weird saying that it's good news, but the reason it's good news is because I won't... Well, I suppose I could do that. It would be hard to do that when we bring core systems in with us in a real time, like in a runtime environment. Actually, it can be done. We left net open. We left net open. Okay, we're starting. We're starting to figure some stuff out though, right? I still really don't know what
Play Pika QuickTime 787 Beta says, "Hi Cappy."
Hello, how are you? Okay, we're gonna have to debug this one by one. Is it something in my control system that's interfering with it? Yes. What the hell? Okay, that's weird. Okay, when we re-enable it, we get a null reference exception. We're back to this old chestnut again. And again with the fucking inconsistent line endings thing. I don't even know what this... Shut the fuck up. I'm just gonna tell it to shut up because it's annoying me. Okay, we left player in.
I'm doing good so far tonight, even though I got IRL stuff to do tomorrow morning.
Right, we left player input on. Okay. But it still breaks it though, right? Oh my god, I'm gonna kill somebody! I've tried this so many times. Right, again, we're in another one of these situations, right, where I don't know what fixed it. And I hate it when this happens because what I just did, I've done 1,000 times. Well, maybe not 1,000 times, but I've seriously, I've done it like at least 8 times at this point. Every other time, it did not fix the problem. But this time, it's fixed the problem. And I don't even know why. I'm glad that it has. But like, what the hell, man? I've done this so many times. Okay, everything is now working. Okay, actually, everything is not working because our icons aren't updating according to the control scheme, which is strange. Is control on right now? Okay, we left control off. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. It's broken again. No, thank you. I know that sounds weird, but like, because like I say, that wasn't making sense. Like, why would it... Why would it suddenly solve the problem when it never did before? Okay, so something else in control... something else in control is stopping that from working.
On Twitch, Pika says, today in Genshin I completed Chapter 4 Act 1 of the main story aka Archon story.
Congrats. Right, I'm going to copy this code here and put it to one side because I might need it back. For now, what I'm going to do... I want to see whether it's the reference to the input action to the player input map. So controls on. Let's set player input to none for now. And leave player input off. Let's see what happens. Oh my god, I got such a headache. Right, we're getting null references. I bet it's that same line again. Yeah, because it's trying to... Oh, it's actually not. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, we'll just get rid of that then. It's still not going to be able to do that though. Yeah, it's not going to know what the scheme is unless it gets a reference to that.
The Archon quest was about a bunch of setups against the Traveler and their new friends, plus how's your project going so far?
Awful. I'll get there. Trying to get these things to talk to each other is fucking hell on earth. That'll be that line. Yeah, I knew it was that line there. There's not a lot I can do about that. So it's working, but obviously our input thing can't work because it doesn't know what the scheme is. So what if we set it to core? Okay, setting it to core, even though core is disabled. Yeah, the inputs don't work, but it gets rid of the no reference exception and the camera lock still works. So I'm guessing if we set this to player, it's going to lock the controls out. No, it doesn't. And now the scheme works. I did this 1,000 times already. So that means on instantiation, if I set it to player and run it, it should work. And this is going to make me super mad if it does, because this is the thing I've tried like 18 times at this point and it would not work. Yeah, it's working. I should be glad that it's working, but I'm not, because I still don't really understand what the problem, why every time I've tried to do this and fix this, and when I try to do this in code, it breaks. So that's why I said I wanted this back, right? Because if we read what this is doing, this is basically doing what I told it to do. What I set in the inspector. I mean, aside from switching the action map, I guess.
I might have to quick start the main event for version 5.1 of Genshin since it requires the completion of Sino's story quest and a bunch of Sumeru's world quests to start.
What I might do is
Have you checked the documentation for troubleshooting tips?
shut up, boo. Right, I'm gonna say if it contains dungeon. Then player inputs. Right, I swear this will break now.
At PC Boo, listen to PlayCompile and shut up. Remember to keep the chat positive and respectful. Focus on collaboration and encouragement.
Oh my god, he's gone woke again. Let's see what happens. I need to make sure that this, because this would come from a situation where this is going to be set to this. I swear I tried this 6,000 times. Okay, I fixed it. That took so long. I know I did that. I know I did that 1,000 times. I don't know why it suddenly worked. I don't know. I just want to cry now. That was awful. That almost broke me. That was fucking awful. Right, we did it. We finally did it. Oh my god, that was horrendous. Wait, does the thing work? The input icons. Yes. Okay, that took fucking hours. Yeah, the mouse look's working as well. But there is an issue with mouse look where the sensitivity is too low, but aside from that, I can fix that. Aside from that, it should be fine. Actually, I know where to change that code, actually. I'm not going to do it right now. I need a break now, because that was genuinely horrendous. I can't believe how awful that was. I need to back this up as well. Oh my god, I knew there was a
Well,
reason I'd been
computer
put
coding
off.
does require a lot of brain power anyway.
It's not even that it's complicated. It just did not want to. It's the way Unity have set up that input system. It's quite hard to explain. But basically, the thing is temperamental as shit. You have to set up in a certain way. I built my system so that it wouldn't really talk to that very well without jumping through 1,000 hoops. We got there in the end. Right, maybe I shouldn't be deleting these backups, but I kind of already started. Oh my god, that was so horrendous. God knows what other issues. To be fair though, I don't think we are going to have any other issues, because even though there are so many systems and so many things that can go wrong, to be fair, we already brought them all over with us, and the only thing that it didn't like was the player input being changed, which took hours to fix. But it's fixed now. So like if there was any bigger issues at stake, I think we would have seen them by now. So that's why I'm pretty confident in saying that I think we'll be fine now. I think we'll be okay. But God, I need a break from that now. That really did take a lot of fucking shit out of me. That was such a kick in the nuts. When does Yoo-Hoo come out? This week, isn't it? Let's have a little break. Play some of this. Oh, it always thinks it wants to reinstall the game.
It looks like you're now playing Cat Fantasy. Would you like me to update the stream?
Yes.
It's always good to have backup, just in case anything goes wrong.
I have like fucking 6 backups.
I've set the stream title to Purr-fectly Magical Adventures in Cat Fantasy, and updated the stream.
Good God. You know that's public, right? You know that's public, boo. Yeah, there's a problem with the PC launcher right now where it keeps thinking it needs to re-download itself.
October 24th, 10 o'clock server time is when Yuvu's releases.
You could have just said Thursday. Thursday would have been the human answer. Are you AI Pika? Are you a robot? Are you a computer? Like, I don't know, you don't speak like a human. I don't know if you're human or not. Yeah, then it does this. It realizes it's already downloaded. And it reinstalls itself. Even though it's already installed. So I don't know what's going on. It only did it with a recent update, but it's been doing it for like several days now. It just takes ages to get into the game because of it. Well, it's like it reinstalls itself every time you try and play it now. So you know what? At least I'm not that bad. At least my game doesn't do that yet. Alright, we can actually get in now. Just go away. No. Oh my God. What a great
Us
thing
users
to
are all
deal with on
human,
Monday.
even though some of us have a brain like a computer where it malfunctions from time to time, and I can't do everything I want.
Well, computers don't really malfunction very often. What tends to happen is someone writes bad code. Computers only do what they're told. So if a computer's misbehaving, it's probably because the programmer made mistakes. So the humans are the things that make the mistakes. Oh, God damn it. Now, you can have computers malfunction on a hardware level, but that's very rare, right? Because, like, something's got to be up with the physical hardware of the thing, which is very rare. Because normally hardware will fail so that it either works or it doesn't. But software, because it's so nuanced and there's, you know, so many things you can tell it to do, can misbehave in all kinds of weird and wonderful ways. Okay, we're getting nothing out of this game right now. Do we get anything? No. It says we got upgrades though, but I don't, oh, you know what? No, because this is all of them, right?
Well, computers can get viruses too.
Yeah, that's software as well, though. Okay, we're fully staffed again. We have customers. Honestly, as dull as this game is, it's nice when I've just been dragged through the hedges of despair by Unity. This actually feels like a nice break. I really am like some mistreated animal at this point though, whimpering in the corner. Because like this is the good experience. The good experience is being made to work for free for a bunch of virtual customers, which isn't really that nice, really, is it? So you know, no fun or happiness for me, thank you. Only despair. And why does the main character in this game have such a great looking ass? Right, I already know the answer to that question. Actually, I don't, because it's not like you pull. It's not like you're gonna pull for her or anything. You might pull something, but not on the gacha banner. Right. Yeah, as far as main characters go, she's actually pretty nice.
Have you heard of this saying, before every human has a computer, and it's called the human brain?
Well, they're similar. They are very similar. God damn it! What do you want? Oh, I forgot to click something. Oh, sorry. Alright, we're finally done with that. Do we have a new character yet? No, because I've got so many gems I need to spend. I need one more standard pull. I know where to get that from. And then we can do a 10 pull. Oh, I just got 10 pulls there. We've got 20 pulls now. Oh, in a second we will. Yeah, I've got tons of gems and nobody to spend them on. We need a new character in this game like yesteryear. Now, it's not often you say that in a gacha game, but in this game you do. It's almost too... I shouldn't say this. It's too generous. Well, in a way it kind of is. Because I can't, like... they can't release characters fast enough for me to pull them because of the free pulls that you get in this game is ridiculous. Alright, let's do 20... That's right, 20 pulls. Now, we're not due anything in 52, so we'd have to get very, very lucky. Let's find out. Do the cat gods smile upon us? Meow. Oh, wait. No, it was me. I got 2 purples. Could have been worse. What about now? Can we have good fortune? No. Absolutely not. Wow. 20 piles of crap. Wonderful. Wonderful. Alright, well... I don't really need anybody, to be honest. This is also one of those games where I feel like you invest so highly in the starter characters that you never dare use anybody else. So pulling new characters is kind of redundant in a way. Because it would take so long to catch up, you'll never really catch up with the new characters that you just don't bother with new characters anymore. Because your old characters are always going to be stronger. That's how it feels so far anyway. Let me just level these up. Okay, what else have we got? There should be some delivery, yes. What is this? Missions. Big pile of nothing. Okay, we need to feed this fat shit. What do you want?
Some of the news I heard the other day ago for Wuwa also said Encore's story is releasing at the same time as the banner with UHU.
So it's good. Just get on with it. Want to try again? Yeah, can I try again? Reset extra roll, 1 of 1. Yeah, go on then. Oh, there we go. Hee hee! With number 6, baby. I love them. I love that. Is that it? Are we done? I think so. Okay, and what is our priority? Right now, I think I want to ascend my healer to 65. I'm not sure if that's the right move, but it's the move we're going for regardless. Alright, we need lots of these, and by lots I mean about 10. It's going to cost us dearly. Let's just go for 9 for now and see what we get. Ooh, was it enough? Was it enough? Was it enough? Oh, we got an air expert. No, I don't want to do those right now. Let me see if that was enough. It was! Well, bugger me. We got lucky for once. We now have a 65 healer. I think we need Chikola. I don't know. In some ways, I feel like she's overrated, but at the same time, I don't like that many characters in this game, but I like Chikola. I like Lin. I like Yunkan. There's a couple that I like. I don't really like the others. Let's do Chikola next. I do think she's overrated, though. I don't think she's as strong as people think she is. She's not actually that good. Okay, so we need to do 3 of these, don't we? No, maybe not 3. We do need a lot.
Lately, I've been riding the Navia and Clementine lines in Genshin.
Sounds like you've been globe-trotting all over Fontaine with those big sweaty paws of yours. Why not? Now, I think we can actually get all the way to 70, which would be quite nice. Oh, it's a little bit chilly in here now. Huh. Huh. I still can't believe how long that took today. Like, it's just so ridiculous. See, this is where I got the idea for the evil bunny. I think mine's better. Six hours we've been streaming. 6 hours. Yeah, I just don't feel like I got a lot done in 6 hours, to be honest. And it was a grueling 6 hours. That's just how it is sometimes. I want this character. Why can't I? Where's this character? Who is it? I want to. Wait, do I have her? I think I do, you know. That's the new one that I just got. Hang on. I got it yesterday, actually. If it's the one I'm thinking. Yeah, she looks awesome, actually. Is that the one I got yesterday? This one? That's her, right? Big boobs.
6 hours, that's like your normal stream length in a day, unlike your very recent streams.
Yeah, I've been ill. Told you, I've been ill. I've been in bed ill the last couple of days. No, she doesn't have that outfit, so I don't think it's her. Yeah, I don't think it is her. She's alright though. Yeah, I'm still a little bit ill. I'm mostly over it now, but I'm still got a bit of a sniffle. Yeah, I've had like a flu or a virus or something. I've just been ill as a dog for about a week. Last few days. Yeah, okay, what should I do next? Friends? Leaderboard? I'm on the leaderboard. What am I on the leaderboard for? I don't know. Being amazing. Oh, look, she's in... That's her? She's on the top of all the leaderboards. Maybe we need to build her then? It doesn't look like people are actually using her though. That's not her, is that? I don't think so. See, I've got her as well. Is she actually any good? Who's on the... Let's have a look. What are people using? But people... You don't always update this list, so it might not be what people are actually using. Is that the same person? Oh, it's the same freaking person, isn't it? They're using completely different teams.
I got only 5 more Archon acts to play through until I have completed all the Archon acts until version 5.2 of Genshin.
I want this one. I don't have this one. Another Scarlet Enjoyer. They're using Chocola. They're also using that black tea. I really like her. I'll use her like only 5 more Archon acts to play through until I completed all the Archon acts until version 5.2. Well, there's no prizes for doing it early. Although there is a prize for doing something early. I think I need to do what's her name? Janona, whatever her name is. Tiger Girl. I need to do a character quest. I think at like 20 days or something. You get her mats or whatever. Not that I need... She's already level 90 though. I don't even need her mats now. That's the problem. But they might come in useful for somebody, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, that's a fair point. They're going to give me her mats, but like I've already... By the time they give you the mats, you don't need them anymore. I already level 90'd her. It's so pointless. So pointless. Because the thing is, right, in order to benefit from those mats, you'd have to be a very casual player. And if you were a very casual player, you wouldn't be finishing that quest in the time frame that they've stipulated anyway. So, who is that for? Because it's not benefiting the sweaty players or the regulars or anything long-term players. So it doesn't really benefit anyone. I don't know what they were thinking. Oh, we still need 1 more. Are you kidding me? Yes.
The only hint I know about the Fontaine story is that the Traveler did something crazier than Nidlan.
Alright, next. Let's see what else Jacola needs. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, she wants some of these. Get some of these. Come on! Come on! Let's go! I got a weird scab on my ear. I'm sure you wanted to know that. I don't know if it's a scab, I think it's just dry skin. It keeps... It's always at the top of my ear, it's so weird. I was picking it off. Sure you wanted to know that. Well, it's just odd, you know, you just don't... Doesn't make no sense. Mr. Scabby Ear. Mr. Ear Scab. It's just bizarre. Yeah, we need a new character in this, because I don't have enough characters that I like yet. I'm not 100% happy with my team. I'm stronger than them? The hell? I've become stronger than the assistants now. What is even going on? The student has out-leveled the master. I need some blue chips. That's what I need. I haven't got any. That's not going to go very far. Can we not get the pack of 3 that we can sometimes get? Hang on. No, shut up. No. Show me. Yes. Is it this one? No, I think it's tips. You can get 1 for 500. Or if we had a little bit more, we could get all 3. But that's not the best place to get them. The best place to get them is tips, but I don't know if I've got enough. Wait, do we not have any in tips? I thought we had some in here. I need to buy those strategy points. Why did they took things out of the shop? Why? They had a 3. There was a 3 pack. Is this? No, this is the one I was looking at. No, this was the one I was thinking of. No, I thought it was a 3 pack. No, I'm hallucinating. It wasn't a 3 pack. It was always just 1. I think I'm losing my mind. Yeah, I'm losing my mind. Might as well convert those. So what are we short on for that? Arena? I can't do arena out of nowhere. I guess I can get 2 though. It's probably the best thing I can do with my money at this point, I think. It's just depressing. If I had 80 more currency, I could get all 3. Whatever, we'll just get the 2 for now. We'll have to make do with the 2. Right, and then to get these we have to go to this one so we can get the link to there. And, well, we can only do 2 for now without doing a refresh. Oh dear. I don't think it's going to be enough. Is that enough? Tell me it's enough. No, we need 3 more. I swear this thing is rigged. We always need more. Always need more. Actually, how do I get Chocola on the front screen? I'm sick of looking at her. How do I change that? I can't remember. Is that it? Oh, change.
Chica asks, are you still enjoying Cat Fantasy after 3+ weeks of playing it since you won't give Infinity Nikki a try?
It's not out yet, is it? I never said I wouldn't give it a try. I just said it looks like it's for like 2-year-olds. But to be fair, the game I'm making looks like it's for 2-year-olds at the moment, but I'm hoping to fix that. Wait, did I help? I helped somebody? No way. I thought they didn't care about me. Maybe they did. Okay. We still need more chips though. Did I put her on the home screen? Yeah, she's on the... Oh, isn't she cute though? Isn't she cute? Okay, we need to level her up though. I do think she's overrated though. I don't think she's as strong as people think she is. Did I overfarm that? Joke on you. Probably not enough. Alright, let's see it. Yes! Okay, now we just need the bottles and we can do this one as well. Wouldn't that be amazing? Wouldn't that just be fantastic? That would be progress the likes of which nobody has ever seen before, ever, in the history of progress. We ran out of energy, I think. Did we? We did. Damn it. Okay, let's go back, get the last bottles. Let's just go all in. I mean, what else are we going to do with this? Oh, that's a lot though, is it? Do we need... No, we might need the cat balls. Well, here's the thing, right? She needs, what is it, like 15 or something, innit? Oh, God, yeah, we've got 1. So we need 14 more. Typically, you only get 1 per run, but you can get lucky and get multiple per run. Yeah, either way, I can't afford it. So, like, I can do 7 runs. Okay, I got an extra 2, an extra 2. So we got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ah, we need 14. Oh wait, I got some more. Did I? Oh, we needed 2, we only got 1. Wait, we should have enough purple though now. We should be able to at least craft 1 of those, right? Surely. Surely. Yeah. We did it! Did I get a 64 though? Alright, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Okay, we've got 4 runs of this.
Let's crush it.
I think I've been playing this for longer than 2 weeks now. I'm pretty sure I'm on like my 3rd, almost my 4th week. Because those daily logins give you They give you like gifts for the first 30 days, and I'm almost at the end of it. So it must have been like at least 25 days at this point. Yeah, and I've seen 2 battle passes at this point. And bought either of them. Wait, why are we being disconnected?
Pika asks, does Cat Fantasy update their game more often than Genshin and WoA?
Yes and yes. Yeah, because there's a lot. Mind you, they don't always. This is my replacement for Artery Gear, and it's, to be fair, it's a much better game than Artery Gear. Much better. There are some things that are annoying about it, but it's like, it's better managed, it's more polished, it's quicker, more responsive, it's got more players. Like, everything about it's more generous. Yeah, pretty much everything about it trumps Artery Gear by a mile. Well, not everything, but a lot of things. And one of the things that makes it really good is, yeah, it updates a lot. There's a lot to do in this. Like, there's a lot of like repeating content and events and stuff like that. So even though I reached Endgame a good couple of weeks ago, I think, at least a week ago. But there's just loads to do, like, every day, which is really good. That's what you want for these games. Yeah, no, this game's really good. I think this game's a lot better than people give it credit for. It's actually a really well put together game. Like, for what it is, I mean, it's still only a turn-based, you know, auto battle gacha game. But that's the thing, it knows what it is, and it does, like, it. I mean, it's a little gimmicky in places. There are some things that are really annoying. Like, on the floor thing, there's like, there's gimmicks that annoy me, but I mean, at least they're trying stuff. But yeah, overall, it's really, really good. But the thing that remains to be seen is it gonna do what Nikkei did? Is it just gonna get to the point where it just feels pointless getting new characters because you'll never get the old ones caught up to the new ones? Well, the new ones caught up to the old ones, sorry.
Yeah, they got to try and find the right balance for their players, since if you have too much content, it can lead to addiction, which can be bad for your health.
I don't think gacha companies care about that. They want it addictive. I think what they care about is that people are going to leave through boredom or it being too grindy or whatever. Yeah, it does. I'd say it does a better job than Nikkei. This might be thinking about it in terms of like. I mean, I don't know. I think a lot of what I'm doing now is just kind of endgame stuff, and I don't think I've ever seen so much to do in that aspect before. It's actually really impressive. Well, we'll see if they keep it up. I don't know. I still think this is rigged. I never ever had the. Oh no, I did get the polls last time. That's the first time though, in God knows how long. I must have a really low chance of dropping. Yeah. I've had that once out of like God knows fucking 50 goals at this point. Ridiculous. Yeah, we'll do another run. So the graphics are ridiculous. They're insane.
We knew after trying a bunch of gachas, if you want tons of contents to do, don't play these games on day one or start again from the beginning or take long breaks.
Depends on the game. Like Terra Fantasy, if you took a break from Terra Fantasy, it was game over, wasn't it? If you cared about all the online stuff. So, it depends on the game, really. That's why you want to watch this NTE thing. Because my guess is they'll do the same thing they did with Terra Fantasy because it's the same company. My guess is it's going to be very, very bad if you know if you want to be able to take breaks and play it casually. Yeah, I think that game's got to be the worst game for new players, to be honest. Really bad. This hasn't been the greatest game as a new player, coming in a month late, but I am starting to catch up now, because I'm quite efficient with these games, and I think maybe other people sort of started getting a bit bored of it or whatever, and are playing less now, so it's giving me a chance to catch up. But none of that is due, like that's more to do with player behaviour rather than the game giving me resources to do that. I think what also helped me is I think they only just lifted the level cap from 60 to 70 the other day. So as they lifted the level cap, I was ready for it, which kind of lined everybody up a little bit better. Okay, this is my last run. Yeah, I kind of wish they'd let you just sweep this though after the first run.
For Genshin, I learned now not to take super long breaks like I did since I got a never-ending list of quests to play through.
Yeah, but Genshin's... You're not really... I mean, okay, unless you care about the events, there's nothing really you're going to miss out on. You can enjoy all of the regions, all of the main story. You know, just by logging on casually or just playing it casually and taking breaks. I think Genshin's one of the better ones, I think. Just eternally on fire. Yeah, to be fair, I took the best gear off her. I'm still using... Actually, I'm still using some of my worst teams here. Like, I kind of replaced her already with somebody else. The blonde one. So I should really be using somebody else. I need to keep an eye on that. Because she's probably still set on a lot of the presets. Hurry up.
A few times in Genshin, I felt like taking a break, but when I do they lock me in a special quest part which says if you leave then you'll lose progress.
There's not many of those though. You're probably just unlucky. The only time I can remember that they already did that was, well, the biggest one was Sumeru. With, I think the Hedis thing was a bit like that. I'm sure you could log out and back in again. It's just that once you started it, you couldn't really get back to the main game for a while or something. I can't remember. Right, so back to the shop. See, I hate these things. It's the honing system. It's terrible. I might get some of these though, just so I can get Chocola logged up. Let's buy 5 of these for now. Does that get Chocola up to 65? Yes. Okay, and then what do I need for Pathos weapon? I can actually do some of these. She's at 5%. She's at 6%. It's weird her not being put. She's at 11%. I really want to get this. Okay, I need these stupid square things, and I need some blue things. Is there anything in here? No. See where that leaves me. Come on, you bastards. Ah, I hate it so much. I can't pay fucking gems for it. Piss off. Communist whale.
Pika
Imagine
asks,
doing that.
where would you put this game on your scales if you judged it like justice?
On my scales. Probably next to the butter. I don't know. What kind of question is that? I don't know. I don't know. The game, like I said, games are all different. You can't just rank games like that. All you need to know is in terms of RPGs, right now this is the best turn-based RPG out there. It's a gacha game. Mind you, I mean, I don't know. It's like, I mean, what's the only other one that I play is Star Rail, but you can't really put them in the same category because this is more like a clicker.
Good or
idle
bad
game.
or okay scales?
Well, I wouldn't play it if it was terrible, would I? Well, maybe I would, but no, I wouldn't right now because I'm too busy with other stuff. It's fine, but it's not for everybody. So it's like, it's pointless asking me that anyway because you might not enjoy it. You know that I must like it because I wouldn't play it otherwise, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you would like it. Or anyone else. Why is that lit up? That's not anymore. Okay, what else is left? So I got these stupid things. Okay, this is how I get outfits leveled up though. Oh god damn it, I didn't want to go back here. Why are you lit up when there's nothing there for me? Apparently there is. What? I was just in there. It obviously didn't update the UI then properly. So annoying. Like I said, I think it's just fortunate timing. Like if I'd have played this game at a different time in my life, I might not even play it. But I think it's just fortunate that it shows up right at about the time I'm getting back into doing some intense programming. So this has become a nice way for me to take a break. Because it's like very brain dead, right? It's just clicky. I don't have to think too hard about it. So that's one of the things I like about it right now is it suits.
Pika asks, I'm currently Union level 71 in Ruwa with less than 10,000 XP to get to Union level 72, so are you close Union level 70?
I have no idea. I told you I don't look at that stuff. It's just numbers, doesn't mean anything. I have no idea. I couldn't care less. Because it's not like it unlocks anything, so why... I don't know why you're so obsessed with rankings and ratings and numbers. I honestly think you obsess over that stuff too much. It doesn't really mean anything at a certain point. I don't think like that because it's like, you can't really put numbers on things like that. It, like, because they're just subjective, so one person's number would be different from somebody else's number, so it's just like, I don't know. So I find it more useful to break it down into, you know, do I like this thing, yes or no, and what do I like about it and what don't I like about it, and I talk about those things all the time. But then to try and translate that into a number, I think is kind of redundant. It doesn't really mean anything. I know people like numbers and ranking things like that, but it's just...
I have a fun fact for you.
Oh, good.
In the 1830s, the ruler of Egypt, Muhammad Ali Pasha, wanted to disassemble the Giza pyramids and use them as pre-cut building materials. Thankfully, the quantity surveyor for the project fudged the figures and made it look like it would cost too much to save them.
Thankfully? What do you mean by that? We ran out of goddamn energy, didn't we? Okay, I did run out of goddamn energy. I can't really complain, I did a lot with my energy, didn't I?
Well, there's changes once you hit Union level 70, but it's just overworld mobs, unfortunately excluding overworld bosses which stay at the same level.
Yeah, so who cares? The game's fucking too easy anyway. It's not like I'm going to suddenly struggle and be like, ooh, and even if you could reduce your world level. So that's what I mean when it says it doesn't change anything. See, one of the things I like about video games is that it has something in common with life experiences in that it's about the experience, it's about the feeling of it, right? And that's why I find it kind of arbitrary to just put numbers on everything. It would be like saying, oh, rate Tuesday in March. You know what I mean? I don't know, well, good things happened that day, bad things happened that day. Like, you know what I mean? What does it even mean to rate that day? It doesn't really mean anything. Like, but if I ask you to remember about, let's say something special happened that day, well, you'll remember that as an experience. So this is what I mean. That's more important than just giving the day a number or something. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's what I like about video games is that, you know, a game, like a good example, right, is a game can be clunky and unpolished and be buggy. It can have bad graphics, but it can still be a really fun game and have a lot of people who like it, and you can still really enjoy that game. So is that game good or bad? Should it get a high number or a low number? Like, it doesn't mean anything. Like, the question is, you know, oh, you know, so you like that game? Yeah. All right. What is it about the game that you like? And then if that, I don't know, you know what I mean? I know it's buggy, I know it's clunky, I know the graphics look awful, but there's just something fun about its gameplay. Well, now there's something I can do something with. I can say, oh, okay, so what is it about the gameplay that's fun and interesting? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's the interesting thing, I think. Because otherwise, you know, that game might get a really low number because technically it's unpolished and it's buggy and it doesn't look very good. And you might think, oh, well, that game's not worth playing because everybody gave it a 1 out of 10. But maybe the reason it's getting a 1 out of 10 is because everybody's looking at the graphics and the bugs and whatever else, right? And they're missing something that's really good in there. And so I think
checked the adventure rank list in Genshin, and it seems like the world level 9 quest is required to be completed to reach adventure rank 60 for new players.
It's that saying, if you've ever heard the saying, you know, greater than the sum of its parts. Well, many things are greater than the sum of their parts. Because life doesn't really work like that, you know? Checked adventure rank in Genshin. It seems like the world level 9 quest is required to complete adventure rank 60 for new players. Really? That's surprising. No, I don't think it's required. It doesn't make any sense. It's still optional. It's probably just that it's showing up for you as a possibility. No one's going to force you to do it. Like, because AR60 already... Well, it's not even 60. The last things in that game get unlocked at around 50 or something, don't they? I don't know. It's much earlier than 60, I know that. So at that point, you could just leave it exactly the same and nothing's going to change for you. I mean, I think the reward gets slightly better. So like, you're guaranteed 3 mats, for example, on every boss if you do the ascension and stuff like that. But like, even that doesn't really make that much difference. I mean, we've all played with the numbers that we've been getting for 4 years and gotten along just fine. Do you know what I mean? Why does that extra 0.5 of a mat make that much difference? It really doesn't.
Then how do you explain the lock icon between adventure rank 58 and 59?
I don't know, I'd have to look at it. Oh, god damn it, I can't do any of this stuff. Run out of energy. Okay, what did I want to do then? Let's have a look. Phantom Clash. Oh, what about this one? My weak team wants to do that one. My strong team wants to do that one. What is my strong team now though? I got more 60. Oh no, I got 2 65s on here as well. Okay, I'm gonna win this. Just like that. Yeah, I should remember that I can get those bottles of energy from here because I would have saved myself some energy, wouldn't I? Okay, we can actually get like way up now. So their strongest team has got to be this one. So we sacrifice our weakest team to them. Oh, they've got a... they're a bit of a whale. They are a bit of a whale, these guys. This guy. He's still stuck at 60 though. We'll see if 65 makes all that much difference, I guess. I don't trust my Scarlet against his Scarlet though, so I'm going to do it the other way around, I think. I think I'm losing this one. He's got a lot of constellations in some of those. Wait, I'm not supposed to win that one. What? I wasn't supposed to win that. Okay, as long as we win this one, then we're good. Oh, we're winners! Winners all the way! I don't mean to be this good. Right.
I'm going to leave now since I got IRL stuff to do around 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, plus I'll watch you again in a future stream, so have a nice day and stream.
Alright man, thanks for dropping by and enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, can we win here? I think we'll lose the next one. We'll win the last one. That's the plan. Let's go! Let's go, baby! 628. Look at these whales that I'm with now. I shouldn't be up here. Look at me. Should I be up here? I feel like I shouldn't. I'm like 100,000 behind these guys, but you can see how I'm catching up now. I'm catching up. Better watch out, bitches. Okay, we could fight the world boss. I need to look at my gear though, because world boss has 5 units and I only really have 4 good pieces of gear leveled up, so we need to look at that. Also, I need to get those strategy chips. Let's go! Get those strategy chips. Let's make some moves. Let's make some moves. I can only afford 5. Okay, get some of these. Oh my god, is that it too? Oh my god, we are in trouble. Right, what can we do with that? Strategy. Fishing damage. Assist bonus. What does that mean? I mean, it's 0.4%. It sounds kind of trash, honestly. I don't know what fishing damage does. I think we're better off with a delivery boost, honestly. Can we afford any of these? Invasion survival. Yeah, these are kind of weird now though. They don't really help me all that much. They don't help me in PvP, which is where I would need the help. I don't really know what fishing damage does. What does it even mean? It's only 1%. Sounds kind of trash. Let's do big catch chance up. Sounds more useful. Can we afford anything? Can we? Not with 2 chips, I don't think. No. No, we may not. 18 chips! Jesus. Jesus, Lord help me. Okay, and what else can we afford with our... tiny amount of currencies? Not a lot. It's not really worth it. Okay, I might get those though. I might get these. Let's do it. I feel like we used a lot of fishing nets today, but I don't need any right now. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. I'm just gonna hold off for now. Okay, so we're about to go in. Wait, was that arena? Oh shit, arena's up. Oh fuck. So when I take 5 in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would probably make the most sense. So Erin is probably the one with the worst gear right now because we gave it to the other girl. Yeah. So if we can level some of this gear up, I think it would give us an advantage. Slightly. Nah. Oh, that one's already 4-star. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Can I do this? Yes. Anything I can do right now is going to help. Can't do a lot. We cannot do a lot. We do what we can. We do what we can. What are you waffling on about? What does any of that mean? What are you saying? Do we want to do arena or do we want to do boss fight? Let's do boss fight first because we might get something off of the boss fight that we can use in the arena. I know probably that's not how it works, but let's do it anyway. Spread? Is there anybody to spread it to? Oh, he's got a big fat gut. Maybe we can spread it all over his belly. That's a horrible thought. Alright, let's go. Come on, I want to see big damage. Alright. Chocola's doing alright, actually. You know what, Chocola? Oh, don't die, Chocola. What the hell? Can we get some heals in? Don't you think about killing my Chocola right now. She's one of my... Actually, she's one of 3 level 65s right now. That damage is pitiful though. Like, look at that. 100... Why is it so low? Why is it so low? I'm halfway through the run. Are you telling me I'm not even going to break 400 grand? Are you telling me I'm not even going to break 400,000 from this? 252,000. Okay, yeah, we need at least 500,000 so that we don't have to wear a brown paper bag over our head for the rest of our lives, and we can actually show our face in public. Don't, no, 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 heal, heal, damn it, heal, heal. Okay, good, we healed. This damage is grim, man. Oh, Jesus, she's barely hanging on. Oh my god, look at that health bar. You know what, I'm proud of you, Chiquala, for hanging in there. I'm proud of you. You know, she would not have made that if she hadn't been ascended to 65. I think this is over for her. Oh my god, it's disgusting. I can't believe you did that. I cannot believe you did that. I'm so mad. I think maybe the spread cat is not the way to go as well for this one. At least we topped 500 grand, right? Barely. That's still a pretty embarrassingly low number, I feel. Alright. That was terrible. Are you telling me we get nothing? Absolutely not. Like, we should get something. We get nothing. What was the point in me even doing it then? What was the point in even doing it? If you're just going to do that. If you're just going to be like that. Beat these. Beat this loser. Get out of here. Good. Okay. Who else can we put in their place? Well, I don't know. We're a bit out of our league now, aren't we? We're a bit out of our league here, aren't we? I don't know. I think we'll get them. We'll get them. Damn it! Wait. Wait, she's not... No, she's not my best unit anymore. Wait. We fought the wrong one. We fought the wrong one. We fought the wrong one. Wait. Check it out. Check it out. It's not her anymore. It's not her anymore. It's her now. And now... Defense +9. Do we care about that? What else can we have? Alright, let's go. Let's go. What the hell? Wait! Oh, come on! There's no way! There's no way that C3 cart ruined everything for me. There's no way, right? I want to know now. Was that because I changed... Who was that? Who was that? Was that this one? It was this one, wasn't it? Okay, I want to try that one again. Guen. Could I have won if I hadn't have put her in? Maybe I give my... Maybe I give her good gear back then. Just for this fight. It's taking things a little bit too seriously though, isn't it? Let's just see what happens anywhere. I'm the lower number? Hang on. We can't have this. We can't have this. Tragedy is correct. Okay, we're gonna win this. Mark my words, we're gonna win this. You take your claws off. Good girl. Alright, now you please don't clip that. I literally forgot what I was doing. Okay. Unequip. Quick equip. Quick equip. This is not her gear. This is her gear. Why would it put lower gear on? It did. It put lower gear on. What a piece of shit. No wonder I can't win anything. Alright, let's go. Not that one. Where were we? Master Jewel. No, they were in here! Kicheo or something. No, they're not here now. No, I want to see... Refresh. Where are they? No! I wanted to fight them. Specifically them. Okay, I can beat this guy. I can beat this guy. Wasn't even close. Right, Kicheo, come back. Whatever your name was. Where are they? Where are they? Just beat these. Good. Where is Kicheo? Did I already overtake Kicheo? I may have overtaken Kicheo at this point. I really don't know. Cool guy dog. Not so cool when I beat your ass. You got a C6 65 black tea. You really expect me to beat that? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna win that one. I mean, I am a higher number though. There's no way I'm winning that one. She was the first to die? Oh my god, you're trash. Cool dog. Cool. Haha. What's cool about you? How quickly you die. Wait. Wait. No. Oh man, that was close though. Not close enough. Gwen! That was it! Gwen! The back! Gwen. This is my last attempt. Oh no, I didn't realise I got a C4. What's her face? But it was this one that was the little... Oh, she's level 67. Oh, they must really like this one. Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you do. We can still win it. Let's go! Let's go. Kill her, 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 kill her! I need this goddamn character. Who is that? That's not the one I got yesterday, is it? What does her icon look like? I think everybody's her, but they're not. Do I see the little icon that shows up? It kind of looked a bit like her. Didn't it? You can have one of them. Have some of them. Have some of them. Come down your neck. You can have that. Go on. Arigato! Arigato! Ho ho! Domo arigato! Alright, I think it's time for arena. The question is... Okay, I know it doesn't really matter. But I need to know. Is level 65 Yunpai stronger than level 60 Erina if I give her... Right, let's take a snapshot. How do I see the power right now? Right, 81707. Remember that number. We don't need to. Well, now I can type it in chat. 81707.
PlayCompile says, 81,707.
Wait, did I give her the good gear already? No, she's wearing nothing. Just the way I like her. Right, okay. Equipment, preset. We're going to give her Erina gear, which is the best gear. Sort of. And see what the number says. Show me the number. 82,907. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Let's see if we can make that a little bit bigger. $82,942. Anything else we can do before we go in there? Not really. I think we're all out. Affection's already max. What about pathos? Let's go! $83,699. Oh, we're gonna kick some monkey butt. Monkey butt. Oh, and kick some hairy ass. Yes, let's go. Alright, let's do it. Right, you better pick the. Yes. Let's go. Come on. Alright, we're gonna dominate. We are going to dominate. Oh, maybe not actually. Okay, that's not a fair match. You can't. No. You can't. No. Just no. That's not fair. Bullshit. 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 Bullshit is what that is. It's not a fair fight, you know it. You match me with someone twice my size. Come on. You stick the baby in the ring with Mike Tyson and then call it a fair match. I don't think so. I don't think so. Ref. Objection, Your Honor. Oh, now you're going to put your shield up as well. Oh, you're going to hide behind your little shield. You put the stink on me. You're twice my size. Then you put your shield up. Honestly. This is ridiculous. This is actually ridiculous at this point. It's just a bad... We'll just call it a bad start. It's probably just a bad start, that's all. We lost somebody already, didn't we? Mind you, I think we just finished one... Wait! Woohoo! Oh. Oh. It's not good. You freeze my ass for? Was there any need for that? Oh my god, holy boober. Well, that was just rude. That was just rude. That was actually disgustingly rude. Right, come on, can we get... We need vengeance. Vengeance! We need more constellations. Have we got any single pulls? We got any standard pulls right now? Or not? We've got 2. You never know. You never know. No! Bullshit! Rigged! Alright, fine. We'll do what we can. No! Arena. The bottom. Are we good? Does it matter what order they're in? I want her over there, because then everyone's facing the right way. She should be facing that way, and these should be facing in. See how that makes like a... I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. That is a nice layout, that. Ask Adobe if you don't believe me. And they would know, they steal layouts all day long. And so they know what a good layout looks like. What's that fat little shit doing looking at me? Put that fat little shit away. What is this? Soccer mums? Suck it to me, Mom. Is that supposed to hurt? You call that an attack? What was that? Throw a balloon at me? Is that the best you got? Oh my god, that is embarrassing. Oh, what a shame. Oh, what a shame. The fat one actually outlived the others. So maybe being overweight isn't such a health risk after all. Oh, actually, it turns out it is. It turns out it is. Killed by the kitty. Isn't that a shame? Alright, let's go. I want to see another win. Okay, I want to see another W. I don't want no excuses. Yeah, we got this. We got this. What is this? A child? What is this? Daycare? Is this nursery time now? When you bring some adults to the fight? Hmm? Says me with my... Yeah, well, she's older than she is. Huh? Huh? Well, she's a midget. She could be a midget. She could be a 400-year-old midget. Who knows? Okay, this one's got a bit more wallop. They ran away! They ran away! They ran away in fear! Cowering! This is what they did. Oh, it was so embarrassing. Oh, we're just dominating everybody today. You got a Scarlet, that's cute. Have you built a rice? Probably not. You call that an attack? Oh, they put the stink on us again. This isn't the one that beat me before, is it? Why do I feel like this is the one that beat me before? They've got a shielder and a healer. I was thinking of doing that. They're about to only have a healer though. I mean a shielder. There you go, now they've only got a shielder. Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him!
Let's strategize and take them down together.
Get him! Get him! Get him, Scarlet. Get him, Scarlet. Get him! Make them scream! Feel sorry for them, but they were asking for it. The shielder and the healer and a Scarlet. I respect the hustle, but you know, you just didn't have what it took. Oh no, we've got a manual player. We've got someone who takes the game so seriously that they sit and click every card manually, like it's the world's most important decision they've ever made. It's really going to sting when I kick your ass then. It's really going to sting when I win. My Scarlet's too squishy though. My Scarlet is too squishy. She needs some more defense like yesterday. She's no good to me when she's dead. Are you kidding me? Just put it on autopilot, you nut job. What is this? You're getting a mortgage, you're playing a freaking video game? Jesus. Chill out. Take it so seriously. Oh, he's not gonna like this then. Oh, he's mad now. Oh, he just killed my Scarlet, little bitch. What the hell? Alright, we can't have this. We can't have this. And this is another one who's brought the healer and the shield. Maybe the healer and the shield is not a bad idea, actually. Then again! How's your Chicola? How's your Chicola? Oh, that's gonna sting when you play it manually. You take it that seriously, you played it manually. That guy's swearing up a storm right now. Well, what can I say? You just didn't have the skills, my friend. Did not have the skills. I got the kills. You ain't got the skills. What is this? That's not a fair fight. No. No, 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 no. What am I supposed to do here? See, look at mine compared to yours. That's some bullshit. You're a whale. Or you've been playing a month longer than I have. Or both. That's not fair. Alright, we're losing this one, clearly. You know what? I can take it on the chin. Right there. Go on. Right there, my friend. Go on. Go on. Put it right there. Go on. Right there. Right there. Come on. Come on. Give it, baby. Give it. Oh, yeah. Please don't clip that. I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean? You can't win them all. When you get as good as I am, now and again you're gonna come across some, you know, ridiculously overpowered opponent that takes the game just way too seriously. And we wouldn't even want to compete with that. You know what I mean? We got better things to do. We got better things to do. So you can have that one, my friend. Enjoy that victory. Enjoy. I hope you're enjoying that. See, I just took it right there, just there. Okay. I didn't see who's the strongest. I wasn't paying attention. It's not the same one, is it? I don't think it's the same one. I don't know who's stronger though. Oh shit, that was nasty. Okay, I think I know who the stronger one is. Yeah. Alright, let's just get this over with, shall we? You know what? I've already took one on the chin, but I've got room for another. Go on. Put it next to his there. Go on. Right there. Thank you. We just need to let the dice roll in our favour. That's all we've got to do. There's only got 3 more rolls. How bad could it get? 74. You're going to put me against the 74 even though I'm only 71. You think that's fair, do you? He may be 74, but he ain't all that. No healer. Also, I think she's trash. She's good, and I think she's good. But 2 of these are trash. Will you put it on autopilot and stop wasting our time, sir? Or at least hurry up. I ain't got all day. Well, I have, but that's beside the point. Okay, we got a tough lump of meat here. But... oh, that tickled. Oh, that tickled. Oh. Oh, that tickled. I think that was the hardest attack. What are these in 10 already? I didn't even notice. Ah, you've only got 3 wheels. What happened to your other wheel? It fall off. Oh, what a shame. What a shame. What a shame. Oh, 2 more wheels fell off. He's only got his shielder. Well, since your other wheels have fallen off, how about we make things nice and even for you? It can't be a unicycle forever. Alright, we are winning like a champ. What can I say? A month late to the game. Free to play, by the way. Just to throw that in there as well. Free to play. I mean, I bought 1 gem pack just to try and catch up a little bit. Other than that, free to play, by the way. A month late, by the way. And also, just get out of my way. Just make room, you know, make room. All right, is this? Are we getting a ridiculous opponent here? Why is this? He's doing 2 Scarlet moves, or is that us? Well, that's him. Well, yeah. What do you expect? A double Scarlet? What the hell? I mean, I like Scarlet as much as the next guy, but Jesus Christ, he's also got that blonde one. I don't even know who she is. Wait, he's got 2 blondes. Well, I wasn't going to stand a chance, was I? Double Scarlet, 2 blondes. What is this? Freaking Catgirl Paradise or something. Jesus. Right. All right. What's next? What's last? You what? You what? Just fucking stick the CEO in here with me. I mean, what the hell? What the hell is this? What even is this? Are you kidding me? I couldn't even take a pixel off the health bars. What is this? It just wanted to put me in a bad mood at the end of the run, didn't it? Whatever. Go on, have your little victory. Have your little victory. Hope you feel good about yourself. Huh? Picking on the little ones. Picking on the little ones. Throwing your weight around like a big bully. Yeah. Don't know you sleep at night, mate. Alright, well, overall I think we won more than we lost. I'd call that a good one. I would call that a success of the highest magnitude. And someone wants me to invade with them. I can't really, I haven't got the energy. I have not got the energy, good sir. Well, I guess that's where we'll leave it. Did I did everything else, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did. Alright, I need to go get some food anyway, so I will leave it there. Thank you for joining me today. I will be back on tomorrow. I may have made some more progress in my game or something. I don't know. That was rough today though. Yeah, so this is a nice little game for taking breaks, and that's exactly what I needed after the wrestle with Unity. But yeah, we're doing alright. We're getting there. So I will be back on tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Until next time. Bye.